Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of What's Faster here on GDQ Hotfix. Before we get started, I'd like to remind everyone that AGDQ 2022 will be starting January 9th, and you can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information and detailed dates for the event and all the things about prizes and everything else. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and talk to our runners. We've got Lurking SR and Mutsky tonight, giving us a nice, comfy RPG night. So Lurking, if you want to start by telling us about yourself and what you're doing tonight, and then we can throw it to Mutsky.
Hey, so I am, as C said, Lurking SR. I am running Tales of Berseria, a new game today. That's it. We can go to Mutsky.
I am Mutsky. I'm a big-time Final Fantasy 789 speedrunner. In the last year or so, I started running this game, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and I've been having a really good time and learning it and becoming a part of a new community with that. Lurking and I have known each other for quite some time, I guess. We both ran Final Fantasy 7 at one point, so it'll be fun to kind of kick off with two games that are not in that wheelhouse, I suppose. So it should be a good time.
Yeah. So I also am pretty good friends with Lurking, so I'll be here to razz Lurking throughout the night from our Ori days. But aside from that, we're ready whenever you two are. So just go ahead and count us down.
All right, give me 1 second. If there's one thing that is to be said about games like this, any game that has like anime combat, characters just want to scream all of their attacks. So I turn the volume down on that so that it's like a little bit less of people shouting attack names. All right, I'm good now.
That will be hard for Berseria because of how loud the shouting is. I don't think there is any avoiding it.
Great. All right. Lurking, why don't you count us down?
All right, sure. So I could count us down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
What?
I guess to start off a little bit about my game is, in terms of Berseria, most of the combat will be using almost the same abilities throughout the game because of how OP they are, and there's going to be a lot of running simulator in this game, so don't be surprised if you see me running through a dungeon for 15 minutes or so.
And my game kicks off with a bunch of tutorials because it's like, hey, this is a pretty different style of combat from a lot of other games, so they kind of like give you tutorials as you go, like RPGs are wont to do. You'll see me doing a lot of what's called essentially like auto attack canceling, where we'll use auto attacks that build up your ability to use special arts and special attacks, but we'll cancel them quickly by moving around because it helps build that gauge more quickly and allowing you to do more arts. But now I've got this nice tutorial section where I'm just going to be doing a lot of shopping and picking up some items that the game is trying to introduce me to.
So in my case, my tutorials, as it does in Tales, is fighting a bunch of boars. For some reason, we like to kill boars, and we're hunting right now.
Is that all?
Yeah, you can play this in either English or Japanese. It doesn't matter, but there is one glitch that we do a number of times that is considerably easier to do for a lot of people using the dubbed audio for an audio cue. So that's the main reason why I play this game in English, but there's not really an advantage or disadvantage to playing in either.
Yeah, for Berseria, there is almost no difference. I think there's sometimes a few enemies, when you kill them, they have like a death noise of them, like they're saying like, how could you beat me or whatever. These audios can differ by a second or two in some fights, but overall it does not matter what language is played.
Not bad.
I could explain any of the story of this game, but I'm not going to because it just doesn't make sense anyway, so...
Yeah, Berseria's story, maybe when we get a little bit more into it, I'll say a couple of lines about what is going on, and that is going to be kind of what's going on for the whole game.
Not bad.
Actually, since this is a fun, cozy stream, I will be changing my character's outfits because I have DLC outfits for this game. I think that would be a fun little addition.
Oh boy. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 has like a bunch of outfit options, but this game actually doesn't, unfortunately. I like a good cosmetic change, but this game is just not hard carried by that, I guess. Right, so this is a tutorial for kind of an interesting idea where you basically dive into the ocean and salvage goods throughout the run. But other than this time, I will likely only do it one other time optionally, and not even for the items that you get for them. It's quite slow, so as much as you can avoid it, the better. But you can, as you can see, like enemies can come up with it, so you kind of have to dodge them. Otherwise, you can aggro him, and it's kind of obnoxious to deal with.
So one thing about Berseria's early game is, if you've been paying attention to me killing some boars, is a lot of it is just spamming abilities, like the same ability over in an enemy. A little bit later in the game when we get stronger, it's going to be one comboing pretty much every boss fight, but for now it's kind of just slowly killing every enemy that shows up.
Luffy must be starving by now. I'd better hurry home.
You get some bonus experience in this game too, in kind of like a passive way to grow levels that you can cash in when you go to inns. And that game's just explaining that to me now. And basically you've at this point accumulated enough to level up exactly one time. There's a couple of times that we can do it in the run that will take advantage of it. There's one that's optional that I'll be taking just for safety's sake in this run later. But a lot of them are really kind of fixed into the game anyway, which is nice. More or less just gives you some more HP to work with for some fights that we're a little bit under-leveled for, typically.
The way the combat system of Berseria works, at least, is basically your levels and such does not matter almost at all. It's just because the game has so many hidden like mechanics and damage multipliers that if you just abuse them correctly, you're just completely overpowered, that none of your levels or having like end game gear doesn't matter. We're gonna run up with pretty much early game gear for the whole game.
I bought quite a bit of stuff there too as I'm leaving this first area. The main one that I bought on top of a couple of items to boost my strength. I bought what are called Narsaper jellies, which are a dessert item that you can give to your characters that last over a certain amount of time, which will help me build my arts and specials considerably more quickly than without them. This is something I did zero of in my first casual playthrough of this game, and not using pouch items I discovered makes the game absolutely way more difficult than it needs to be. It was just like a mechanic that I didn't really pay attention to the first time I played. And really until I started speedrunning, and I was like, wow, this makes a world of difference.
Yeah, Berseria has like maybe 3 or 4 fights that you cannot kill. So you just have to wait out like a certain time, and in this fight I just spam ability because the more you use an ability, the more buffs it gets, basically. So in some fights you're just going to be farming hearth count to make certain attacks stronger.
So we got introduced to some characters here, but I'm going to kick Nia out, even though Nia is going to be one of my main characters for combat through most of the run. But at this stage in the game, they give us Jin and Malos, who end up not being particularly friendly people, but they're really good for combat while they're pretending to be your friend. So we're going to take advantage of them early on here. Nia will become the main character that I will play as, though.
You sure you don't want to play a Shulk?
I would love to play as Shulk, the hero of Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
I certainly knew what I was doing when I made the tweet image, 100%.
All right, I'm going to do my first skip of the run here. It is possible to fall out, so I'm going to make a little save just because it's kind of annoying to redo this fight that I'm going to skip in if you do die on it. Basically, I'm going to try to clip through this wall right here. Almost. Excuse me, sir. Maybe I'm going to clip through this wall right here. There we go. And I'm going to fall through here, kind of out of bounds. Go on this ledge here. Jump over this ledge. Whoops. Jump over here. Land on this pipe outside. Then I'm going to clip back inbounds, kind of on a diagonal. Fall right into the fight that I'm going to go through. You skip quite a bit of stuff here. You're supposed to pick up like a power cylinder that restore power to the door and open it and all that, but this fight can be really dangerous though, so I'm going to play it kind of safely because, as I mentioned, dying here, like if I died here in a run, I would just reset immediately because the refight is really, really obnoxious and obviously the clip is something that takes time. And that is why the attack you just used there, Fin of Fear, is an AoE that would one-shot me with my HP, which is exactly why I just ran away there and played it safe.
So Mutsky, like, if you want to reset, I don't think I mind. So I would like a 10-minute head start.
Well, listen, all right. Does your game have a gacha system an hour and a half into the run that you have to rely on? Because let me tell you,
I definitely do. In this game, I will need a specific weapon that can show up randomly in shops, and if it doesn't show up, I'm just gonna have to keep resetting until it does.
Wait, how random are the shops in that game?
We don't know like the exact odds. At least I don't. But like it's probably like a 20% chance or so for a run for that weapon to not show up, and in a normal run, you just reset about 2 hours in. But we don't have too much knowledge about how the randomness of this game works in any sense, like either in shops or in any other thing that requires randomness.
So here, this is me using my first special. So you use the arts attacks in order to build your special, and they can go up from tier 1 to tier 4, and if you stack them in numeric order, they'll do considerably more damage over time. So if you do like a 2 or a 3 or a 4 on top of a 1, it will do more damage. So I'm actually going to use a 4 here. I'm going to wait for him to...
So I just switched Velvet's outfit to an anime outfit for the rest of the game. If we would like to change it, we could do that. I have a couple of others, but I will be an anime idol for now.
So now we've got our first what is called a blade, which is a character that will act as a support in combat. Rex's blade, who's like the main character, I suppose, is called Pyra. And all the other characters that we've met so far also have blades. The reason that I like to turn the voice volume down in this game is because you have 3 playable characters in combat. Each of them has a blade, and there's enemies, and all of them can shout stuff during the battles. And it just gets like, there's too many cooks in the kitchen, like really fast. So I tend to turn the voice audio down for combat for that reason, just because, you know, it's like Thanksgiving dinner. You just got everybody yelling at each other, and it's a little bit out of hand. I'm gonna be using some items here. This is called a love source. It boosts your affinity with blades and allows you to learn new abilities with them that'll allow you to do some more damage or learn some field skills that we'll use throughout the run. So I'll be using that with pretty much all of the main blades that I have.
Yeah, from the looks of it, Xenoblade has a lot of more in-depth combat further on. You're like having to set up a bunch of things, while in this game it's kind of just button mashing.
I will say that this game's combat for like a first casual playthrough, it's a lot to kind of try to parse. But then once you actually like take the time to like break it down and understand all of its mechanics, it's not something that's easily explained, but over time, if you like learn how it works, it's so much fun because there's just so much you can do with it. It's clearly one of those things where they had a really good idea for combat, but it's just not one that's like easy to explain.
Yeah,
in like
I feel
a
like
single
Berseria is
playthrough.
similar. Berseria is similar in the fact that there's just so many hidden things that are like they kind of bring up in a text box once and then never again.
I am aware.
It's like for me, even like I run this game and there's still a lot of like fight mechanics that I'm still learning as I go.
Yeah.
Just because of how many things are happening in the back.
All right, someone clip it. It only took 13 minutes for someone to make the joke that this is a spin-off of the hit Smash Bros. Character, Pyra and Mithra.
All right, graceless demon it is then. Lord Artorias himself taught me the ways of purification.
So now Nia's in our party, and like I said, she's gonna kind of become the character I'll play as the most. You'll see the word miss come up a lot in this game, and it's because Rex is like actually the worst combatant of all time. I have now missed 6 times in this one fight. There is not a more iconic duo than Rex and missing attacks, so. I'm gonna run away here and try to avoid him from body slamming me while Nia hopefully finishes the job. Like that.
She absorbed that Malak's power to wield as her own? I've never seen such a demon.
And as I mentioned earlier, there's quite a few things that are really random in this game, including the blade pulls. If you're familiar with this game, you can pull blades. We need certain ones to be able to progress, but also we need some items that you farm from collection points. The main one is called Puzzle Tree Wood, which we need 10 pieces of. There's a couple different routes people take. I'll be doing essentially every pool that's on the way for this run, just to try to get it as quickly as possible. I'm glad that the chat is quoting so many of the combat lines in this game. It makes me happy.
Oh, the way it fights! How can you stand wearing that garb? It doesn't seem humanly possible.
I never said I was human.
So in Berseria,
Also-
I just got the ability Break Soul in this game, which is pretty much what breaks this game. So from this point on, I'm already OP and can probably kill every fight very simply. And then in about another hour or so, actually every boss will be a one combo.
When do you get the surfboard?
About like 2.5 hours or so.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then even after you get it, you have to unlock it in every area, so you don't always have it.
That's my favorite part of the Berseria run.
You must have gone this
All right, I think I got 2, 2, and 2, so I think I have 6 pieces of Puzzle Tree Wood right now, which is actually pretty good for leaving the forest. You'll see that I keep unlocking things called landmarks. This game has a really nice map system that allows you to skip travel to places you've already been, provided that you get the landmarks that they are contained in, which makes traveling considerably faster because the scope of this game is absolutely massive as far as the maps go. Casually, I've probably spent 4 or 5 hours of this game just wandering around and looking at vistas of just like the world design. It's just both very like massive and also very pretty to look at. So it's a good looking game. Nice. So at the moment, I'm actually meant to be headed to Nia's hometown, but currently traveling around, or I guess this is her home country, I suppose. Traveling around, picking up some stuff to make myself a little bit stronger for some combat coming up.
Just to answer a question that was asked, in Berseria we played the speedrun on normal. It's because it's part of the rules in most Tales games is to play on normal, but in Berseria specifically, it's actually faster to play on normal. Because on easy, the game takes out the weakness and resistance, I guess, mechanic. And we can actually abuse weaknesses to deal way more damage than if that mechanic didn't exist. So playing on medium or normal's difficulty is actually faster than playing on easy by a significant amount.
It's interesting. We have a leaderboard for both, but the easy mode is actually not that much faster. It allows you to skip a few things that we do in normal, but it doesn't really make a lot of the combat really considerably easier faster, to be honest. It's a little safer because of the easy causes enemies to basically build their turns to do their arts less quickly, I guess. So it's a little bit safer, but it's really not.
Yeah, so in here there is a mechanic called chain, which is when you attack every enemy's weakness, they proc chain, and that means any attack after that will deal 1.75 times additional damage to them. So in bosses, we generally proc all of their weaknesses, stack some damage multipliers, use a mystic art, which is that, the strong attack, the character, and one shot.
What have we here?
I think that might be 10 if I counted right, but at the very least I have 9 out of the 10 I need. The other thing I'll need to collect are vegetables, but it doesn't matter what vegetable it is. Which I'll pull from here. I need 12 total in 2 visits. There's 5. And I'll be back here later for a different part of the run. We come up here and tag these skip travel points because it's convenient now. We have to return later for some story triggers. Just in case.
Come out.
Got about 1 billion puzzle trees. There's a tutorial and a side quest that have triggers on the world map here. So I overlay the map when I do this section because I know where they're at on the terrain when I see them there. So I kind of guide myself using the cursor here. I'm not actually looking at Rex's character model. I just find it a lot easier. The side quest character is that blue diamond. And so I'm going to kind of circumvent that so that I don't trigger that cutscene, because it puts you right into a fight if you start that side quest. And the one on the right was for a unique monster.
Hey, look what I found!
Congratulations.
How do encounters work in a Xenoblade? Is it you have to walk into an enemy?
Yeah, and if they're higher level than you can trigger the combat. If they see you, if you're in a vicinity of them. But in this category, you're able to toggle off a lot of the aggro from enemies, so you can just kind of run by stuff. Yeah. So there is one that doesn't have that, and so you just have to route your movement a little bit differently. But this one, because of that, we're able to more or less avoid aggro for most things. There's a couple unique monsters and that sort of thing are unaffected. So if you walked in their vicinity, they'll try to fight you regardless, which I've already avoided a few of, but I would say it's kind of similar to Berseria, honestly.
Yeah.
Generally.
In this game like this, one of the things you have to pay attention to, because it is easy to dodge enemies, but getting into fights, especially in the late game, it could kill you. So especially in a few dungeons late game, there's some enemy spawns because it's random what enemies pop up, and some of them are harder to dodge than others. So in the late game, it's a huge part of the run of avoiding enemies, making sure you don't get into the wrong encounters.
Nice one.
Hey, we didn't do half bad.
Okay, so I'm going to drop those other items that I picked up for Nia earlier. Give her this, which is going to help her boost her arts, and I gave a chip to Pyra that I picked up a little bit early, and really increased her damage output for auto attacks and stuff. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The maps are absolutely huge. And I like that they drop you in this one first in this game just because it's so big. And they're really just trying to like get you to enjoy just how massive the game is going to be. And just trolling around and exploring is so much fun. All right, so this is Padrig. Unfortunately, this fight used to have like an audio glitch on it, but they fixed it. So it's not as bad anymore, but it used to be really funny, and they would just keep shouting kind of the same stuff over and over again. And then both of them. Yep, nice. Got the AoE there.
So one of the strongest mechanics in this game, or at least for the run, is there's a title that you could get on Velvet called Combo Artist, which basically makes you do more damage for the longer your combo is. And to unlock that, that requires you to get 5 combo kills, which is kill 5 enemies with a combo of 40 or higher. And I almost got one on that boss there, which is inconsistent. But then Rokuro, the AI character, came up and just stole my kill. So I did not get it, and we'll have to farm an extra kill later.
So I switched to Bridget there really quickly just to do a tier 1. So my tier 1 is currently live on Bridget. And while I was doing that, I was building up my arts for my next special over here on Padrig. And now I'm going to have Nia do a tier 2.
Someone is asking, is there a multiplayer speedrun? There is a category for it. No one has ever ran it. Me and another runner were planning on doing it at some point, but the multiplayer run would be very similar to a single player. Just like, it would be a little more consistent because instead of depending on an AI messing with you, you could have your player to like use an ability or something with the other character. But even in a multiplayer setting, Velvet is way too OP that you'd mostly just use her alone anyways.
On top of the elemental fusions that I was talking about earlier, where I did my specials of like tier 1 into a tier 2 or 4 or whatever, there's also combos that you can do with status effects, essentially. The one I waited for a status effect there from Nia, which is called Break, which increases the amount of damage you do to enemies by quite a bit. And then that can evolve into a topple or a launch in that order, which exponentially increases the amount of damage you do. And we're relying on a couple of these status effects quite a bit. But there's some decent backups for all of them if you don't get them, because it's not super reliable all the time.
Bad. I just accidentally dismantled a weapon that I need, but it's not really a huge deal. It's just gonna make some of the early game fights slightly slower. For some later game menus, I will save before them because there's a couple of weapons that if I get rid of, it's just over. There's nothing you can do about it.
That's awesome, though. Don't worry, it will. I'll get there. I will make a critical mistake at some point. Don't worry.
Yeah, this one is definitely not a huge deal, and I've done it in multiple runs before, and it's just not a. It's not that huge of a problem.
I'm gonna get a generic wind blade here, but the name is random. We got Atori today, which is not a great name. There's some Final Fantasy names in here that I always hope to get. You can get Quina, or I've had Shinra before, and I always like when I get the FF names. It makes me happy. Yeah, I've got a billion puzzle screen. So now Nia got kidnapped, so we're just trying to find her because we're all by ourselves. And they were like, hey, Pyra, all these people are looking for you, so we should not let you go out in public. So they threw this like hoodie on her and basically just said, all right, you're good to go. But it's just so painfully obviously still her that I'm like, I always enjoy this part. I'm like, I don't know about this disguise, mates. So now I'm buying 10 Parathas. As I mentioned earlier, I already bought some Narsa jellies earlier for some of my characters. This one is for Nia specifically for now. Yeah, I actually just played the Torna DLC for the first time like a month ago. And it is very good. So if you did play this base game and never played the Torna DLC, I highly recommend it. The combat is not considerably different, but it's noticeably different. But it's definitely a good improvement. And the story's really good too.
So, shall we?
I'm pretty sure this is my girlfriend's favorite song in the game. If the audio's mine, but the Gormati song is my girlfriend's favorite song. She always bops to this. And shout outs if you guys know It's Casa, because this character is Casa. It's Casa. Coming in hot. So basically, we've gained a companion who is Tora, who some people like inexplicably, but he's my least favorite character in the game. But Tora, unfortunately, is unable to have a blade, so he's building one himself. He's like, I don't know. He's like the billionaire, right? Like if he can't, he doesn't have the skills, so he's just gonna pay to win. All right, that's Tora. Oh, I'm glad. Casa's got some fans in chat. Yeah, every time I talk to that character in my runs, I always just go, "It's Casa."
Funny thing about Berseria is there's so many different cutscenes where they start off with Velvet just waking up from a nap. So there's probably like 6 points in the run where as you're skipping the cutscene, you just see her like jerking her head up as she was sleeping.
That's actually pretty funny.
Naps are important.
The bootleg hero pun. Yeah, he's no Ricky. All I remember the first, like when I played Berseria, I got like a cowgirl hat accessory really early on. And I just, the whole time I kept it on because...
You know what? Just for you, Mutsuki, I will equip it.
Good, it makes me happy
the
because...
cowboy hat is on right now.
As you know, of my fandom of Final Fantasy games, it always just reminded me of the flashback Tifa because she has like the dark clothes and the hat on. So I felt like I was playing as Tifa in the game. It made me happy.
So, shall we?
You know, I could see a correlation between Velvet and Tifa if Tifa was a little bit angrier. By a little bit, I mean a lot.
I was right. It's a trap.
All right, so now we're gonna play the greatest minigame ever invented. But unfortunately, we're just going to lose and let this little fish shark thing kill us. But hey, we got the top score, so there's that.
Come and face me then, exorcist.
Please tell me there's a category that involves playing that little game.
I fortunately think the answer is no. But don't quote me. Don't quote me. I imagine. Well, there's 100% that someone's planning on doing. So I imagine that maybe it'll be necessary in that. I don't know.
You have to make a tiger category that's just playing the mini game, nothing else.
I made the mistake of playing it for several hours in my first playthrough, using all of the crystals on Poppy Alpha, only to learn that she levels up and then you don't get to use all the crystals on the next tiers, and I was so freaking angry that I never played it again. It just made me resent Tora more, is what happened.
Yeah, Berseria has a good amount of mini games. They're all kind of bad and you don't do any them in the run or any category. Well, we might have to do one mini game
I'm
as a
just
backup
hearing
strat.
a lot of opportunity. There's just a lot of opportunities for different miscellaneous categories. All the mini games.
I've never saved.
Yes, there's
here in
one
my
mini
entire
game
life.
that you can use to reset your shop, and as I mentioned earlier, there's an item that we need to show up in the shop. So if it doesn't, I'll play the mini game to reset the shop contents and see if it shows up next time.
Perfect.
We're gonna open this chest over here now that we have Knock on Wisdom and focus with Poppy to get another coil, get another chip here, which is the coil chip. And then we're going to unlock Nopon Wisdom level 2, which requires you to talk to 20 Nopons. And I'm going to do that by just talking to these two back and forth 18 times in conjunction with 2 others that I'll talk to later. Or like immediately after. I hope this makes at least 2 of you frustrated to know that you could just level up your Nopon Wisdom doing this and not having to talk to different Nopons like I did not know playing casually.
You deceitful snake! I'm a demon. Spare me your sins, but you can pay with your life.
Okay.
I think this was 18, but I usually count out loud, but I didn't want to be obnoxious, so I didn't do it and I lost count. But it only takes 1 extra one if you would count it, so that's fine. So there, I got Nopon Wisdom level 2, which will be really nice. Yeah, as long as they're not the same one back to back, essentially. You're good to go.
Our death.
I'll do what's up.
You see,
We need
sure.
So now we're gonna unlock another blade here, who I call Baby Sephiroth, Babyface Sephiroth, because he's got like the one winged angel thing going on. His name's Corvin. If you play, like I said, if you're an FF7 fan, I think it'll make sense when you see him. He's got the one Sephiroth wing, and he uses a katana, so. And we're gonna get some stuff for Poppy here as well.
And what
Like I said,
is it?
the first you sure that doesn't
Couldn't
not now.
come
But in the end,
and that
Unlock Nopon Wisdom 2.
tragic nor
is they've got to even
is there
there is.
Open the door
So
for
one-
what?
One thing about Berseria is, as Velvet, you actually fight all but one of the party members in multiple, at least once. You fight all but one of the party members, and they're always some of the most annoying fights, just because of how much they like to guard. Whenever you fight any of the other party members, they just like to always defend and sit there for like 4 or 5 seconds where you just can't damage them.
Are you really that angry that you have to also fight your own party? That
Oh,
seems
just wait until we meet
counterproductive.
Eleanor. Eleanor is one of the party members that we're gonna fight 4 times.
Good.
And then after the 4th time, she's like, all right,
Really
I'll
don't
join
like
you now.
Eleanor.
It's all right. Eleanor's like the best character, so worth.
I feel like a lot
Yeah.
of Berseria fans will have something to say about that.
That's okay. Magilu's good too. And what's his face?
Eyes, I'm just getting forgotten.
Yeah, essentially, I'll be using 2 DLC blades in this category. One is Corvin, and the other one is Crossset. Crossset is the one that actually makes the biggest difference because of her passive abilities. The non-DLC run relies really heavily on Wolfric.
Is there like a big time difference between DLC and non-DLC?
Not as much as you would think, honestly. Honestly, the biggest turnoff from running non-DLC is genuinely the enemy aggro option. Like, that's really the thing that kind of got me to pick this. Because I actually didn't own the DLC when I started learning the speedrun. I bought the DLC to learn this, which is why I had never played Torna. I basically played this right when it came out, like shortly after it came out. And then when I decided I wanted to run it, I actually didn't even own the DLC still, so.
And for Berseria, there is like a couple of DLCs, but all they do is like give you a few items, which would make the run faster, but it's mostly just getting some materials and a few bottles that let you teleport before you can actually buy them. So if we do it with DLC, it would be probably like 5 to 10 minutes faster, probably like 10 minutes faster or something, but we just don't allow DLCs in the run, at least in this category, and no one really ever tried to allow it because it really doesn't make the route different at all.
I think for this game, the reason why DLC became so popular is because of the inconsistency of the gacha system for blade pools. The DLC just makes it considerably more favorable to get everything that you need and or want to actually do a run without having problems of like not being able to. Only one time ever have I actually not gotten the right blades to do it. And that was like a 1 in billion kind of thing, so I think that's the big one. This game is definitely worth it for whoever asked that. As someone that does not play very many action RPGs, I highly recommend this game. That was actually a shockingly good fight. All right. Now the run can actually start because we have best character Nia, and we're about to get best blade cross set. We're totally set.
Lurking, I'd like to point out that you're still just walking, and Mutski has a mount now.
Oh, I don't know. My only
listen.
mount is going to be a hoverboard, and that's in about like 2 hours.
I'm a cat girl riding a tiger. Like, that's the most meta thing that this game has to offer.
Yeah, I think we can just close the prediction now. I think Mutski just won. Like,
all right, so here's cross set. Who's the other DLC blade we'll be using? Oops. Goes out.
Yeah, when I mentioned that this game is a walking simulator, it is. It's not a joke. You do walk so much in this game.
Ships left. A battleship.
And the later you get into the game, the bigger the dungeons get, and you don't really get much faster at all. So it just doesn't really help.
how many steps do you think you get during a run?
That would be an interesting thing to calculate.
Yeah, do one of these runs on like treadmill.
Yeah, and like try to
treadmill
match,
desk.
like
That'd be
walk
a
as
good
many
time.
steps as Velvet
Yeah.
does.
Yeah,
That
there you
would
go.
be.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be a very good way to become extremely physically active.
All right, I'm going to try to do this skip here. It can be a little problematic for me, but recently I've been doing it pretty well. There you go. Jump over that fence. Switch to cross set. And now we're going to fight this fight that's in here instead of walking the whole way around. Dougal can be really trolly because he like runs away from you constantly. And he can be really obnoxious to hit because of that. Okay, this should take care of business though. There you go. Alright, phase 2 here. I'm actually going to wait for him to use his break art on somebody else. The strat I picked up from the current world record holder, Quadriceps, who, as I mentioned to a couple of the people in here, for any of you that are watching, if you have any interest in running this game, I could not recommend the Xenoblade Chronicles community enough. as someone that was not like really into the series and ran completely different games, they have been incredibly nice and super helpful. So if you have interest in learning this game, it is definitely one that is willing to help you get into it.
Yes, I will also preface the same thing for Berseria, is if you are interested in this game or any other Tales game, there's one Discord where you have all the games in different channels, so you could always feel free to join it and mention which game you're interested in and see what kind of help you can get.
The world
The one
record
thing
order of
about
this game-
Tales
oh,
is a lot of the games are not very active. In fact, I think currently Berseria is the only active one.
All right, so I got a pouch expansion there, so I can actually use 2 pouch items on a character now, which I'm going to use on
We're here. Okay,
Nia.
let's make a start.
And now we're going to fight the next best character. He's called Morag.
We'll make you do this.
Basically going to build up a tier 1 with Tora, and then while I'm doing that, I will be building up a tier 4 with Nia, and then ideally stack the 2 of them together on the same break. If you manage to get a combo on the same break, it does substantially more damage.
So I will stand corrected. I think Arise is active. I just kind of forgot about it because I haven't played the game yet, and I try to isolate myself from that to not get any unneeded spoilers or anything like that. But I'm pretty sure Arise is also active as a run.
Okay, so I didn't land that break there, so... But I would likely kill without one, but just in case. We'll just overkill Morag here. The other thing to note, if you've played this game and know that there's like in combat commands to press, the damage that those do is actually like really small, and a lot of the time it's not worth hitting any of them basically, because it's just slow and does like no damage. Yeah, I haven't played Arise either. It's very high on my list to play though.
I like started it and then got distracted and never got back to it.
I have a backlog that I've been playing through. I've only ever played Xenosaga 1, so I actually replayed that, and I'm playing through 2 now, and I'm going to play through 3. I want to play Arise, but I know that if I just wait a year, it'll be like $12. So
Yeah, probably.
The Tales games, once they go on sale, they are all incredibly affordable.
Yeah, whenever Berseria goes on sale, I think it's like $7 or $8 US.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever it's on sale, I would say it's very worth the money even to just try it out. It's,
Well, I mean, like from what I've seen of the game, it looks like it's worth, the current new release price. It's just that I know that if I bought it today, I would not play it for several months. So I'm just like, I'll get it later.
So the only thing that this game really likes more than walking is ladders. There's a lot of very big ladders that you can't speed up going up, and you just have to watch your character slowly climb them for about 15 seconds or something.
All right, let's find the other device.
Speaking of walking, you'll see my blade Crossette here is actually on rollerblades, and she'll rollerblade on pretty much any surface. It doesn't matter if it's grass or dirt or rocks or snow. She has no problem cruising over everything, so pretty solid game logic.
Also, another funny thing is this cutscene of a door opening is one of the longest breaks you get in the run. It's about 20 seconds. Other than that, you get like 1 70-second break and one maybe 30
And
seconds.
it's open.
Let's meet up with the Von
But doors opening are generally like your stretch break.
But yeah, if you've never played this game, as I mentioned, the colossal size of the maps is... I'm still on that same map that I mentioned earlier, and have not at all got all of the skip travel points yet. And so, like, just to kind of demonstrate the scope and size of this map, and this is one of several maps because they're just so big. But it makes exploring a lot of fun because, like I said, there's a lot of vistas, a lot of pretty scenery to look at. We're gonna visit this Napan here, Uman, because we need him to build us a ship so we can get to our destination, which is the World Tree. I've already got all the puzzle tree that I need for it, so all I need now is to get these other items that they need, and I also need still 7 vegetables, which I'm back at this skip travel point that I came from. I got the cross-set proc on the vegetables, so there'll be plenty. Then you have to get these, which are called diamond oaks, which are fixed just for this side quest. Pick them up, and you're all good to go. I'm just gonna grab my veggies. Oops. And we're all set. You can control the level of the tide in this game too. This is going to be the one and only time that we actually use this mechanic to find a Titan, because this is like essentially the tutorial on how that works. That if you take a long stay at the end, it'll change the tide to be high, and the cloud sea will be higher, and we can basically swim around in it. We'll take this as an advantage to also level up our characters with our banked XP that I mentioned earlier.
Much stronger. See, Grubs? Getting better.
Tora feels stronger.
How am I feeling about the Boreas chances today? Well, it depends. I'm going to let Shemcat decide. He kind of chooses whether I get Boreas anymore. 1 out of 1 times. When the sage speaks.
Master plan is ruffle. Engage comb protocol.
This game has fall damage, like a lot of games, but there are some places where you can actually just jump off stuff, and there's water below, like the Cloud Sea now. You don't take any, and you can just swim around. It's great. Makes some shortcuts pretty nice. There is one instance in which you would not level up to the highest level, and it is at the very end of the game for a very specific reason. Basically, I'll have this item equipped on Rex that allows him to do more damage to enemies that are higher level than him, and you end up fighting some of your own party members, so you intentionally keep him 1 level lower than the characters you're going to fight. That way you get that damage boost. So there is, ironically, exactly 1 time where you do hold back if you have a certain amount of levels to get.
It's actually very interesting that you're fighting your party members, you just kind of keep them weaker.
Yeah. So now I'm going to head to the 3rd map of the game, which is actually my favorite map of the entire game. It starts in a kind of a cave-looking thing, but once it opens up, it's one of my favorite, maybe my favorite looking area in any RPG I've ever played, called Uriah.
I noticed that you unlocked a new stage in Tiger. Just saying.
I might have to go hit that up and revisit it. You know?
What if we both decide to play one of the mini games in our games as a little break?
I think I'm gonna let one of the cutscenes play shortly, so there's that.
This game does have a lot of amazing and hilarious skits. So.
There's I enjoyed the little like vignette skits of that game. It's great. But yeah, this game.
Yeah, it's like a staple in a lot of these Tales games, and they're always very, very entertaining. Of just like randomly having a random conversation between your characters. They tend to always be comedic, at least in this game.
Yeah. This game's got some really good comic relief also. I enjoy that in both of them, actually. Both this and Berseria have good comic relief.
I mean,
Like,
you know, the
Magilou's a
entirety
riot.
of the comedic relief in this game is Magilou, but
Yeah, she's
you know,
she's a
she does
riot.
her job very well with that.
This is the first time I've actually not had me a miss on this fight in ages. So the passive ability that I mentioned with cross-set, which is why cross-set is so important in this run earlier, allows me to essentially do more damage with every potion I pick up, depending on what level I have. Right now, I believe it's 70% more damage for each potion I grab. It stacks up to 500%, which is obviously an absolutely massive damage boost. And that's one of the biggest reasons that cross-set is used in the run. Okay, I'm gonna switch here. Let's see if I can get Rex to use Corbin. Lovely. And then I'll finish off this guy. So I actually had Rex attack that other character while I was doing my special here so that Rex could kill the third character called You while I finished off the damage on Van Damme, who is the tankiest. That's basically what I did in my casual playthrough, and I regretted it, maxing out Poppy Alpha, only to find out that it was such a waste of my time. Whenever you find out she has more tears, I was supremely let down.
In Berseria, I'm getting to some points in the run where dodging enemies becomes annoying because now there is teleporting enemies where they aggro, and after some number of seconds after they aggro on you, they teleport right in front of your face. You have to constantly just be looking for them, waiting for them to pop up so you can sidestep them. And also some enemies that run faster than you, which an interesting thing about this game is if there's an enemy aggroed on you and you walk into a wall, they will not aggro on you anymore. So in a lot of the run, you're going to see me kind of hugging a wall as I run, and the enemies are just going to be blind and not seeing me.
That's hilarious.
It's actually good because later on in the game, we go through some parts where like all the enemies are faster than you. So like, if that wasn't a thing, you will get encounters, but instead we just walk against the wall the whole time and just nothing will happen.
That's really
I
funny.
thought I saw you set like a pick using a tree to prevent an enemy. From
Yeah,
catching
earlier
you
there was like a
but I guess
gorilla
maybe
kind of
you're just
looking at
running
me that was
along the wall.
chasing me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he runs faster than me at this point. After the current fight, I get like an item that makes me run faster, and I will be faster than them or the same speed as them. But at this point, yeah, if like a gorilla or a wolf follows me, I will have to go towards the wall.
And arrived. It's an adventurous life for me.
So I'm still in a point in the run where I depend on my AI to do some damage because I'm not that overpowered yet. And the problem with AI is that they can steal your stuns, and generally you want to take the stuns with Velvet because the more stuns you get, the longer you can keep your combo going just based on some of the mechanics of the game, which I won't go into detail of them because if I do, I'll be talking for like an hour. But
there's crystals.
but basically
and you try to
enemies
break the crystals.
teammates taking your stuns can be very bad.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of fights later where you have to use like Magilou to proc a chain on the enemy, which her using one ability on an enemy. And with that one ability, she could seal your stun, and that will completely ruin the whole fight. just that's how tightly like routed some of the boss fights are, where like one wrong ability or one missed stun and everything's just completely falls apart.
This fight's giving me a tutorial on Rex's being able to use his anchor shot to topple enemies, and then you get the topple status effect, like I mentioned earlier. If you do that, which increases the amount of damage that you're able to do while it's going on. Actually, I'm kind of Shrek right now. And while I'm doing, you'll notice in pretty much all of the fights, while I'm doing stuff, I'm just kind of grabbing potions as I go and making sure everyone's good to go. And the potions will increase my damage that I do.
And one thing that you'll probably notice, or maybe already notice in some fights in this game, is sometimes as I'm using an ability, I switch over to like my focus to another character, or like one of my other playable characters. Is because whenever you're doing an ability, the game has like a hit lag to kind of give the effects of you hitting something, and that slows the game. So whenever I do like an attack that has a lot of back-to-back hits, I just switch my character over. That gets rid of the hit lag, and then I switch back. It's like saves like milliseconds at a time, but they kind of add up across the run.
I did a couple things there. I leveled up my dolphin spin, which is what spawns some potions, so I have a higher percentage of chance of it hitting and dropping 2 potions now. I also gave an item to Rex called the Colorful Feather, which will cause him to start with the aggro, which will be nice for a couple fights coming up, and also really important when I will actually control Rex at the end of the chapter, to have the aggro at the start. This is the Shelob fight. It can be really trolly.
After this fight, we'll probably pause, assuming Lurking is still just walking around.
Oh, I have
doing things.
I have a boss fight in about a minute, but after that, it is a good amount of fun.
Sounds good to me.
Perfect. We will. Yeah, that'll work.
And so I had mentioned earlier that we're gonna beat up Eleanor about 4 times. The first time is coming up after I talked to the one person over there.
Nice. Lovely. Yeah, that actually works out perfect because I have a really short boss fight immediately now, so should be about the same time. Good.
And we're you. The adventure continues.
So this fight's
So
going to
what I'm doing
introduce
right now is-
chaining, which is essentially just like a combo move that does a considerable amount of damage using all of our characters.
Then we can the crew.
This game has a few like random sparkles on the ground that can have random content in them, and none of them are required, but they could save time, like by skipping things later if you get them, which I just got the one I was looking for.
I really want the break here, I'm not gonna lie.
Something just happened that I've never seen before, and it's very interesting. My character did an attack after the fight ended, and I have no clue why.
You get more XP and such, skill points and that sort of thing for getting overkills based on the percentage that you get. It's just a multiplier for experience. So I tried to get overkills on a couple of fights, including this one. I got a okay-ish overkill. That'll give me a little bit of experience to work with later. There's a couple of fights that it's considerably more important on, but that one's nice because it ends the fight relatively quickly because you start with an orb, which allows you to do substantial damage there.
All right. Looks like you might both be mostly running now.
I am
Yeah, I'm
in
good
a
runner.
dungeon. I could pause at any point.
All right, cool. I'll count you down here in a second. I'll wait for Muchkeys to load again.
Yeah, whenever.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, pause.
All right.
All right. Cool. So we're going to take a quick break, everyone. So get up, stretch, get some water, be healthy, and we will be right back with some more comfy RPG night. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are still here playing Tales of Berseria and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. While our runners are getting going again, I'll just mention a couple of things. So if you missed out on any of the GDQ hotfix shows throughout the week, or if you missed the beginning of this show, you can check out all of our shows and past runs at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you're someone that's watching on YouTube right now, you can feel free to join us over at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick to check out our live shows that start at 7 p.m. Eastern on most nights. And then if you are here watching on Twitch, we'd like to remind you that Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. So please consider subscribing to help support future broadcasts and support the channel. So yeah, well, we're getting back into this. Lurking and Muskie, we're both just talking about how these are so far so good. These runs, nothing too terribly happening in the first hour or so. So that's always good to hear.
So for me, the first hour has been decent. RNG in fights has not been great, but it's not been horrible. But the next hour is going to be where the real disasters start, I would say, at least for me.
That's good.
Gonna
Look forward to disaster.
taking a bit of a time loss here for the fans. Gonna introduce you all to the greatest NPC in the entire Xeno universe, who really only appears in 2 scenes in the entire game. But this is his introduction. His name is Turters, and he is an adorable turtle. So this one's for the Xeno fans in the chat.
Speaking of turtles, there are turtles in this game, which sell you stuff. So I guess since he did that, I could let the turtles talk the next time I see him for a little bit. Because he does include some funny cutscenes with him.
And often addressed as the Zikanator. Behold my blade, Pandoria. And this is my sword, the purple lightning
Beetles.
smasher. If you want a taste,
So one thing about the area I'm currently in is these sparkles on the ground have a low chance, we don't know how low, but it's probably pretty low, to have an item called Rough Gemstone. Rough Gemstone does nothing, but it sells for about 22,000 Geld. Which means if we get that random drop, I will never have to grab any Geld chests for the rest of the run.
This guy.
Which saves probably about 30 seconds, but I will waste more than that looking for the
you
item.
think you lowlives can lick the 3 of us?
3 of you? I count 2 plus someone.
Huh? Oh, get a load of this. Our beloved mascot, Tartars, reveal yourself. Huh? Tartars? 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 Where are you, boy? Tartars!
Oh,
I love him. He's so good.
how are you? What are you doing out here all alone?
Such a tiny turtle.
Tartars! Handling a man's turtle.
It's alright, he's safe.
Grab pirate.
Alright, so that's Turters. I hope you guys all enjoyed his introduction because he's an absolute unit. Alright, so this is a Zeke fight. We're going to fight him a few times. Going to absolutely melt him on this one. And then I'm going to do a glitch that will put me in a zombie state during the cutscene of this fight and make it so that I can fall off of high levels without dying. I saved before in case I crashed the game. But I haven't done that in a long time. So see, I'm dying here, and then I switch to Dromark. Now when I jump off this ledge, it'll cap how much damage it does by keeping me at exactly 1 HP when I hit the ground. So you can essentially skip that entire part of the map, which is a really, really long meandering path to get to the bottom. We'll use this quite a few times in the run. It's called the Zombie Hover.
Responsibly, children.
Yeah, Zeke and Pandoria are great. They're the greatest video game trio of all time. Zeke, Pandoria, and Turters. Glad you're all fans.
So, not even the High Priest is immune to Demon Blight.
I guess he hit his limit.
What was that? What?
That was some night, though.
Stay sharp. Dawn hasn't come yet.
You're intended to use this field skills over on that blocked floodgate over there, but if you're on Dromark with Nia, you're actually capable of clipping through this by switching characters if you open your menu at the right time. Preferably when his head's like bopping down. It lets you clip right through like that. So then you can kind of skip that. Alright, this is my favorite area in the game, as I mentioned, because it's really pretty. Look at all the pretty colors. Look how beautiful that is. Lovely, right? There you go. The brief camera pan tour. I'm also going to intentionally aggro this driver up here. I need to aggro a certain amount of enemies with Cross-Set and Pyra out. He can actually kill you, but on this current route, change that Quadriceps has introduced with the colorful feather that draws aggro to Rex. It makes it so that he'll only attack Rex, so it's not threatening. So it's like a free aggro because we need a certain amount of aggros to improve our Gathering Sparks, which is that passive ability that increases damage on Cross-Set. Aggroing enemies doesn't take long. Otherwise, you just throw a stone at them. It takes like a second to do each one, so it's not particularly long. But because you don't need to do anything on that one, it's completely free, which is a nice little bonus. We're also coming up on one of my favorite fights in the entire game. For a pretty specific reason.
I am also coming up on one of the favorite fights in the whole game because we were talking about good music. Well, probably one of the best soundtracks in this whole game is about to play in the next boss fight.
That's a way cooler reason than mine. great
The
battle
only
music's the
unfortunate
best.
part, the only unfortunate part is that we're gonna be yelling too loudly to really hear it that well.
No, fair. I like this fight because it reminds me of my own dad. My dad gets some pretty bad road rage. So just look at the name of this enemy. This is my father when I was a child.
Oh, be quiet and help Velvet. Otherwise, she'll bite us.
Violent driver. Very good.
Yeah.
Also, this is, if you actually think about it, okay, this is really bad. I'm gonna have to die. So what sucks about this fight is actually not you versus the enemy. It's like you versus a person versus a person. It's 3 parties, and they can both like team up on you and ruin it. So they just killed me, so I'm gonna have to die to restart the fight and try it again. Maybe it works better this time.
Can you get the break, please? Thank you.
So yeah, shout out to Tales of Zestiria.
Is this
Where you hear this music and I think 3 different boss fights, I believe. Because you fight Zavid multiple times in that game, but you only fight him once in the main game of this. You do fight him in post-game.
I'm gonna buy every item that they sell here, because essentially it will allow me to buy this deed, and the deed will increase my running speed for the rest of the game by 5%. So now I'm cruising now.
Amount and 5% running speed. Come on, Lurking.
You need to get it together.
You gotta do something.
Oh no, I've gotten multiple like 5-10% movement speed increases by now. But it's well, I say multiple, it's 2. One at the very beginning of the game, and then one a little bit ago. I will get one more after like maybe 2 more boss fights or something. But they really don't make much difference because you get the movement speed increases, but then the maps increase in size by more than that, so it doesn't help.
All right, I'm about to enter probably one of the most difficult fights in the entire game. It's definitely in the top 3. It's my personal least favorite, but it's really cool. It's a cool fight, it's just really hard, and a lot can go wrong. There's a strat that I've been using recently that some people put together. I don't actually know who came up with the second phase strat, but I originally saw a runner called Gren do it, and then some other runners, including Quadriceps, did some stuff with it to make it a lot more consistent, but it's really cool. So if you remember this fight coming up casually with Akos and Malos being really difficult, casually, it is just as hard in the speedrun. But if you've never seen this strat done and you struggle with this fight, and I get it to go properly, I think it will be very fulfilling for you to watch, because it definitely makes up for the pain that the fight has caused me casually. So hopefully it goes well, so you can see it.
I feel like that's the case for pretty much every boss fight in Berseria, at least in the late game, because you actually just one-shot all of them. While in casual, you're probably spamming arts for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was just a consistency thing, like Legrand said. It's definitely been around. Like, I saw it for the first time a long time ago, but I've never did it until this past month. So I need 5 potions here at least. I have 3 now. The idea is to try to get potions without drawing too much aggro, because you'll just get obliterated, and healing really raises the aggro that you have, so I'm trying to avoid healing unless I absolutely need to. Okay, I kind of don't want Tora to die yet, actually. That would be ideal. but I should be okay. Honestly, this looks like great so far. Good, this is gonna be great. Pretty sure I got at least 5, but I have a break, so it shouldn't matter anyway. Lovely. Okay, so that's the first phase, which is the one that can be kind of annoying. So the second one is the cool one. So if you remember this fight being hard, I hope this strat works the first try because it's really sweet if you can make it work. We're gonna stand over here, let Malos just yeet himself off that cliff. So now he's dead. We're gonna come over here. Wait for Akos to be done with his art. He'll run over. Now we'll engage him. And now they're all off the cliff. So we just threw them off the cliff, and now we're off the cliff too. So everybody's falling off the cliff. Everybody's dying, including Rex. But there you have it. So we yeeted both of them off of the cliff. And it makes the fight considerably easier than trying to do it a more traditional way. You do sacrifice getting bonus XP on that, but it's cool. So there's that. So you get Malos to jump off, and then you use Corvin's tier 2 with a knockback effect.
So I am coming up to potentially actually the best fight in the run, which the reason for that is this time is you don't have to do anything. It's a timed 70-second fight. I could put my controller down and just, in a normal run where we didn't take breaks, that's the only real break where I could get up.
Already are we dead?
But he has no Malachim.
Remember the plan.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'm about to enter my RNG fest where I'm going to pull all of the blades that I need for the run, hopefully. So if you guys could pray for some good RNG here, get excited. If you love gacha games, this segment is for you. I need 3 Earth Blades, 2 Fire Blades, 1 Wind Blade, and several special field skills, including Keen Eye and Leaping and maybe Ancient Wisdom, depending on what we get. Thanks for the prayer, Lurking. I appreciate it.
I don't have anything better to be doing right now.
I have a backup save later just in case I don't get it. Blades, but like I said, it's really, really rare. All right, so there's 1 fire. There's Keen Eye. Ooh, I actually might have the best group of blades. I might have the best pity blades. Where's Boreas at? Oh yeah, good hype. We're getting Boreas. It's happening. We're actually gonna get like the best blades. All right, there's 1 Earth. This should be Boreas. Yeah, there he is. So I could predict that based on my pity group I got. All right, so I have 1. I need 2 Earths and 1 fire, and preferably a water blade on Rex. Hey, whoever said Ursula, shout out. There's Ursula. All right, there's 2 Earths, so I need 1 fire, 1 Earth, Faroon and or Leaping. All right, shout outs to Monica. So I need 1 fire. There's Faroon, so I might as well try to get Leaping too. Dude. What do I need? I need Leaping and a fire blade, or Did I get a second wind yet? I have to double check. That's the one thing that's kind of strange. I actually don't think I got a wind blade. Oh no, I got one. Okay. So the only thing I don't have is leaping, and I have a fire blade on Rex. I have this. I could put this on Rex. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So I just don't have leaping, which is not really a big problem, to be honest. I'm just gonna do it without. So those are actually really good blade pulls. That's actually better than my PB by quite a bit.
Glad you made it past the RNG part of your run.
Yeah, it actually went insanely well. Like probably the best I've ever had in a run.
So you're keeping all the marathon luck for me.
There's one that I could have. There's one more skill I could have pulled for, but you don't have to have it. But I'm not going to waste time pulling for just that.
Sure.
Yeah, that was actually a gold split, even though I took my time and checked some stuff. So even though I wasted some time just to look at some things, it was still my best blade pulls ever. Naturally, on a run where I'm obviously not going to PB, get the god RNG.
And arrived.
It could be slightly better if you get. How much time would it save later? It can save up to a minute, so I would have time to do a few more pulls, but if I didn't get it in like 3 or 4 pulls, honestly, it's probably not worth it anymore. Because basically the way you back up leaping is you just get a Geon, which isn't really that bad. A Geon has Ancient Wisdom and Leaping. So if you get Perun, who also has Ancient Wisdom, and any of the Leaping Blades, you can skip Aegeon. But it's really not that big of a deal. The current world record doesn't have Boreas or Perun. So the current world record actually has really suboptimal blades. But the rest of his run is obviously just absolutely incredible. Quad's a madman.
I'm about to beat up Eleanor for the last time before she decides that it's probably not a good idea to make enemies of me and join my side.
Shall we? I see you're not using Lafisa to help you fight. Of course. This duel is me versus you.
I'd better not hear any excuses after your defeat then.
Yeah, Zenobia is actually one of the 2 best blades to pull for that. Because she doubles as a wind blade. My favorite for blades for the field skills is actually Adenine, because she's a wind blade, she has Keen Eye, and also has a damage increase on some enemies that are weak to the light later on. So Adenine's also very nice. Adenine and Zenobia make menuing a little bit easier, and
We'll rest inside these ruins.
because they have both the field skills you need in the Crucible. But that's the kind of interesting thing with the blades in this game, and it does take some practice and like understanding, I guess, is that like learning what skills all the blades have and what to do in every scenario can take some time. But I have I made a little spreadsheet that I printed out that's color coded, and it's separated by field skill check. It tells me exactly what I need to use and when and stuff, that I've shared with a few other runners that have also found it beneficial. It makes it kind of pretty easy and straightforward to know what to do. But there's just a lot at like when you're starting out.
It's always great to have like a good set of notes or resources like that for runs, especially when they get more complex.
Yeah, mainly with this, it's just because it's you almost never have the same blades on the same characters, so you kind of have to like play with who has what and just kind of be prepared for it. So
is to find
makes it
some
really
balance,
nice
I guess.
for that reason.
Boss fight I'm coming up to in my run is probably one of the most annoying in the run, because this guy was made to be an easy boss, but with the mechanics that we use and abuse, him being weaker by only having one soul in his soul like pool makes him significantly harder than any boss, and you just can't mess up at all. Or if RNG said he doesn't want to stun, well, I actually did a mistake. Should work.
Let's find that port and meet up with our ship.
Okay, the fight that I just did is one of those where, like, if it goes wrong, you probably lose at least a minute. And usually it's just faster to save and reload, or save it for him and reload if something goes wrong. I forgot to save, but at least everything went well. Otherwise, it could have just been a couple of minutes in the fight.
Not much for conversation, are you?
Silence, they say, is only commendable in an ox tongue dried and a maid not bendable.
Fight is also going horribly, which could get a lot worse. Yep, okay. But this is not going according. It's not supposed to happen. I kind of messed up the fight and got very unlucky with my status effects. So I'm just gonna have to restart and do it over again.
That's honestly a lot of how the fights in this go. Is sometimes it's just better to just start over. It's faster in the end.
Yeah,
than
in
trying
some
to recover.
cases in this game, like it's straight up just so much better to restart.
Yeah.
Silence, they say, is only commendable in an ox tongue dried and a maid not bendable.
So there I pulled Rock, which is a fixed blade you get with the story. He's pretty much used for a couple of things, like raising attack power as an attack blade and for dispersing that miasma there with his field skill. Yeah, we'll pull Wolfric soon too, but fortunately, obviously, they're both like fixed to the story, so you don't have to worry about getting them like the other blades. And it's also a free save if you do want to save when you're doing runs, because the game saves when you pull blades. So in this fight with these three enemies, I'm basically just trying to use my attacks and my tier 1 that have AoE damage. That way I can kind of minimize the amount of turns that I'll have to spend on them. On my main account, I have never actually pulled Cosmos on my main account, but I have pulled Cosmos 4 runs now. 2 of them were back-to-back and on the very first pull. And so, unfortunately, I have pulled Cosmos 4 times, but never actually on my my normal Switch account. So I have pulled her, but just not on the one that I actually keep. I actually think I have Cosmos in my current PB. She is sadly not at all useful for this run, but it is super hype. It's like one of the few blades that does nothing to improve the run, but you get hyped about pulling anyway.
It's like the most rare pull or something.
I think there's a couple of them that are of the same difficulty, but yeah, it's really rare. Like I've done, you know, probably, including practice runs, I've probably played through the blade pool section of this game, you know, over 200 times, and I've literally pulled her 4. So
Yeah. I'm assuming you have like a limited number of pulls where you have to get everything you need within those number.
yeah, but like I said, it's usually not a problem of if you get them. It's more of like which ones you get.
Yeah.
And there are some that are more beneficial than others, and it's more of just how long it takes to pull them. Like it can take 3.5 minutes, or it can take 6 minutes to get all the skills you need. So it's kind of variance based there. But fortunately, with the reason that the DLC run is wildly popular compared to no DLC is largely because that you get extra pools in the DLC, so it makes it considerably more consistent and safe. Yeah, Cosmos is a 1 in 1,000, is what I've been told also. So I'm actually going to sell some of my crystals here because they sell for a lot of money. And I don't need any more. Now I'm going to start using my veggies for those, the cores that I've been grabbing. Do I need to sell another one? How much money do I have? I got 20. Oh yeah, I sold 4 crystals. Of course I have enough money. Shoutouts to Blastoise. Just walking around in Marardane here.
The ship is
Of course.
one more.
So
It's in the
agreed.
certain.
You want?
If it
I suppose not.
Roku.
Yeah, Telos was actually my first pool on my second playthrough because of that reason.
Roku, you sure? Even I know they see. Well, do you? I do.
So I'm going to do a little pit stop here
What?
that I wouldn't normally do if I was on a PB attempt. I actually did do it in my current PB, but that was more because I was practicing for this than anything. Which is going to take this extra in save here. So I'll level up to level 26. If you have Nia at level 23, you can pretty safely skip it if you practice enough. 22, which I'm currently at, is definitely like the limit, and is really risky, but 23 is relatively safe if you've practiced. 26 is super safe, so that's kind of why I've chosen to do this. And I'm going to do the zombie hover glitch again. There's mist vents that are in this area that will lower your damage and or lower your HP and kill you when you deplete to 0 really quickly. But we are prevented from dying to that because of the zombie hover. But I'm going to pull Wolfric here first. I normally don't pull him at this point. I do it after. But because you get the autosave doing the pools, I'm going to do it here just because it'll save before I do this glitch. That way, if I do crash the game, I can just restart from right here.
One mechanic in this game, in some fights, if a specific enemy being alive gives all other enemies a buff, and after you kill that enemy, everything else becomes basically one shot. And that's one of those cases where the first guard I was killing probably took me 90% of the fight, and then after that, all the other guards are just one hit and they die.
So I use the zombie hover glitch there twice. You'll notice that when I fall down here, Nia can't run because of the glitched state. So just switch to Dromark to get up the stairs because she just kind of floats around otherwise. And this fight that I'm about to go into is the one that I used the inn for. It's the Lila fight, the first one, which is really difficult at our level with the amount of damage that she can do with several of her attacks.
I hope I can use this.
Hey, you're the boss.
I have a real sweet tooth.
Unfortunately, I don't have any blades that have break for Rex to have, which is nice because obviously you can land breaks with more than just my acrobatic bomber art on Nia. But that's just kind of a typical, like, nice little bonus if you get a break ability on either your fire or water blades. Oh, I didn't. Alright, well, I have a billion potions now, so this will be good. Okay. So I'll try to get a break here, but should be fine even if I don't get one. Because I have a billion potions. Yeah, I swapped the Narcipair jelly onto Nia right before this fight. Yeah, that's one of the most dangerous fights in the game, which is why I took that optional instay just for the extra HP. She just does a lot of damage there. You fight her again later and she's basically the same, but you have more levels, so she's considerably easier then.
Oh, I forgot to do team formations. This should still be okay.
Let's get going.
I did just do 115,000 damage. And I'm going to continue to do a billion damage because Crossset is so good. If you get enough potions, like I said, they increase your damage by, at this point, I think it's 80% per potion is where I'm at right now. And it goes up to 500,000 with the break effect. Similarly, I'm going to get some potions here. I'm going to take out these soldiers while they fight Morag.
So, you know, you have to do all that. You have to do all the gacha blade pulls, and in this game, as I mentioned earlier, there's one weapon that can show up in a shop and it's random, and well, there's two shops it could show up in. One of them is going to be right here in this town, and one of them is in about another 20 minutes. If that doesn't show up, I will have to just go out of my way to reset the shops or fight random encounters until I get it from one of them. And also, there's a tradition in Tales of Berseria, I guess, marathon runs, is you have to let this cutscene play out because shirtless Rokuro. Yeah, that's it.
So I
I
didn't
have
get
no
the
clue
break
what is the origin of that meme, but it does exist, so I just had to follow along.
Okay. So now this is going to be an interesting end to this fight. So basically, I'm going to kill here, and I'm going to use a chain to get bonus XP. But I have a status effect of Eat on her right now, so I'm going to actually just let all of these go down the whole way, so she picks more damage over time, so that the bonus gets higher. You'll see her taking some like 12k hits in the background there.
It's not like the cutscene. Well, I did skip the cutscene, but just the whole point of it is just showing shirtless Rokuro for about a second, and then you can skip it. But the cutscene is him like training or something like that, and some other things that I don't remember. I forget.
First off, they aren't meme cutscenes, all right? They're necessary. Turters is our beloved mascot of this game. If you go look at the leaderboard, if you get like first, second, and third place are cool, but fourth place, you get Turters icon next to your name. That's what I'm really gunning for.
Reminds me of FF10, where the real goal is getting fourth place so you can get the laughing Titus face next to your name.
Exactly. I forgot to switch to drill mark here, so I'll have to do it after I load in, but you can watch me kind of flail around there. If you don't get the zombie hover properly on this one, you can jump down some stuff, but with it, you can just jump right down to the ground. Necessary.
Also, since I didn't mention it, in this shop I did not get the weapon I needed. There is still one more chance to get it without losing time. And that will be after I get to Yisold, which is the next basically biggest town we'll get to.
It's also time to use our boy Boreas now. Oh wait, oh, is he on me? Ooh, that's even better. Lovely.
Just leave it to Boreas.
I hope you guys are excited. You guys are getting some bonus action that you don't get in many runs, which is Boreas on the world map. There you go. I like to try to take up as much of the game screen as possible with him. Alright, we actually had to put him away. But we are going to use him here shortly for his field skill. It is legitimately the one and only thing Boreas is used for in this run, but not getting him, where I farmed the Nopon Wisdom level 2 earlier and talked to 18 Nopons. You have to do that for level 3 if you don't get Boreas, and it's considerably more. It's like 40 some, and it takes about a minute and 40 or minute 45 seconds to do, which is why getting Boreas is so nice.
I know Noppon's like the back of my, thumb.
Zeke and Turters are amazing, so I'm glad you enjoy them. And your first experience with Xenoblade Chronicles. If there's one thing I wanted to do during this run, it was introduce at least one person to the legend of Turters. So I've done my job.
He said he only shows up in like 2 cutscenes or something in the whole game.
Yeah, he's in the cutscene that I played, and he is sitting very, very hidden on Zeke's shoulder in the ending of the game. And I legitimately don't think he's in anything else. There is a Twitter account that is just called @Turters, spelled just the same. And they every day basically they just post a screenshot of him slightly different from the one they posted the day before. And it's freaking hilarious. It cracks me up. It's one of my favorite Twitter accounts.
Wow! World has made.
All right, I hope you guys are excited. You guys are a good crowd, and you guys have been awesome. So I'm going to give you guys a bonus. I call this Boreas on the elevator, all right? This is where we take Boreas on the elevator, and he takes up basically the whole elevator and makes everybody else really uncomfortable. There you go. There you go. Look at him. Look at that face.
And arrived.
Oh, this is where we were going.
Let us go.
And once more for the fans. All right, everybody, I hope you guys enjoyed your time with Boreas, but say goodbye to him because he is going to be gone for the remainder of the run.
Instead, we're gonna get a little bug, which is gonna make Fluffy said and my team wish he was a bug.
This thing is so cool. I want to be a bug.
Lurking, I don't think
I
that's
wanna
a
be a
little
bug.
bug.
Let's get rid of it.
But do you not want to be a bug as well?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, when I see a bug, that size is not what I would call little. Like, that's a very large bug that I would not want to be anywhere around.
Also, one of the funny cutscenes after this fight is 2 of the party members, Roko and Aizen, have a very, very long argument about whether that's a stag beetle or a
I
rhino
wonder what
beetle.
they call this kind of bug.
You're way into that thing, aren't you?
But we can definitely agree it's a normal beetle. Don't worry about its size.
That bug.
So we're talking about movement speed increases. I just got my final 10% movement speed increase after killing that bug.
Oh,
So
no,
now
I'm
I
too
am
slow
at max
now.
running speed. The only time I would get faster is when I get my hoverboard, which is getting a little bit closer.
Oh no. I almost didn't get that off in time. I hope this is enough to kill, but we'll find out. I wasn't paying attention to something that I needed to pay attention to. Okay, so... He's not dead. Okay, there he goes. That's okay. I wasn't paying attention to something, and I was focusing mostly on my own HP so I wouldn't die, and wasn't paying attention to how far along the tier 2 was. But it should be fine. If I can always do a chain too on the next fight and guarantee that I'll have everything I need just to be safe. Which I might do. You need some field skills in this area too, but they give you Wolfric, who has the skills you need, so don't really need anything here.
Enjoy view for a bit.
So this area in the industrial zone is actually pretty long. I'm gonna do a couple of fights really quickly. One of them's short with some minor enemies, some Turkins, and then we're gonna fight Lila the second time. Like I said, she's basically the same as the first, but now we've got some more levels, so even a little bit easier and to get through. And then we're gonna do one of the larger skips in the game, which is gonna skip traveling through this entire location. The one thing I'll say about this game with skips is that they did a really good job of making it that you have to do all of the basically plot flag triggers. So you can't really skip that large of chunks of game unless what you are skipping is just the movement to get to the next trigger, which is kind of interesting. So there's really not that many massive skips. They're mostly just clipping through some walls and stuff, like earlier when I clipped into the shark fight on the ship.
Yeah, in Berseria, it's very annoying with how well their flags are. So like, for example, there's an instance where you have to just go open a door and then go past the door to start the next cutscene. If you don't open the door and clip through it, the cutscene is not there. So there's like a flag at every point in the game. But at least there's like no viable way to go out of bounds anyway, so it's not like that helps. Or not like it hurts us that we can't actually skip flags, but you kind of know that like even if you find ways to go out of bounds, it is more than likely not useful in any way.
So I'm probably going to use a chain attack to finish this next fight, just in case the subsequent fight goes poorly. Kind of like a pre-backup, I guess I would call it. Just to make sure I get enough skill points for what I need.
Analysis complete. Chance of success 60%. Mastercard. Under attack.
Eat it. I've waited for this all day.
Cora's taking all the potions right now. I'm gonna have to probably do it anyway because I don't think I got enough potions, so it's actually not gonna be that bad anyway. Maybe I would kill. Who knows? Guess we're about to find out. Yeah, so I did. Okay, I must have got exactly 7. You can kill with 6 potions too, but
Hit it. You got it. You're Tora, keep up. Tora right here.
so I'm gonna do this on the next boss too, but I'm doing it here just in case something goes really wrong and I don't get the next one. Because the next one is pretty important. It's not the end of the world if you don't get it, but it does make things considerably easier making sure you do have it. So I'm just gonna do it on Lila here. In the grand scheme of like a marathon run, it's not much slower, to be honest.
Stronger.
All right, so this is the skip here. This is called the Old Factory skip. Eventually, we're going to skip the entirety of the Old Factory and go straight into the Rosa fight. It's really finicky though, so hopefully I get it on the first try.
The adventure continues.
I'm not gonna make it over on there this time, so I'm gonna do is set it up again really quick. Didn't quite have the angle that I needed to jump from and kind of landed on next to that pipe, but I want to land on that pipe.
Let's get going.
That should be good. No, wow, no. Okay, maybe not. That looked totally fine from where I normally do it, but
Let's get going.
there we go. Unfortunately, I have this map in my way. Okay, now I need to land right on this door hinge, and I'm going to jump over this gap, and we'll skip right into the fight. So even if it does take you a couple tries, that whole section to run the whole way through takes like 5 or so minutes. So even if you mess it up quite a bit, like I just managed to do, it still saves a considerable amount of time either way, fortunately.
So I'm coming up to the next shop where I could get the required weapon for this run. I just made a quick save back there is because if I don't get that weapon, I'm gonna load my quick save and play a minigame. And if you play the minigame 3 times, the shop resets their content and then it might be there.
I think after Matsuki finishes this fight, we'll probably take our break. Maybe before you go into shop and minigame shenanigans lurking.
Oh, shop is in like 2 seconds from here.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
I could always get lucky and just find the item. It is there. We are good.
Nice. I need some potions, and all 3 of these landed pretty close. Oh, all 4 of these landed really close to each other, which is really nice.
Should I get anything? Oh, I did forget something. That's what I forgot.
Nice. I actually don't have enough for my chain yet. I'll just have to build chain. Oh, well, that's kind of a problem. Hopefully not a huge problem. We're about to find out. Grand scheme of things, I'll just make it up later.
All right. Are you both in a pausable place?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm right before a boss, so.
All right. Cool. So 3, 2, 1, pause. Great. All right. So we're going to go on another break for wellness. And so everyone get up, stretch, get some water, use the restroom, and then we'll come back and Lurking will fight a boss. welcome back, everyone. We're going to get right back into this. Lurking going to fight a lizard boss, it looks like, and I'm going to read some announcements. So just a reminder that AGDQ 2022 will be starting January 9th, and you can visit gamesdonequick.com to get all of the information, all the dates, everything that you need for getting yourself ready for AGDQ 2022. Also, remember to tune in tomorrow for Going Places, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's a show about regional exclusives and handheld games. And there will be some runs of Super Mario Maker for the 3DS tomorrow. So that'll be really cool and worth checking out. So I'll just leave it to our runners now to talk about what they're doing.
Did you think you could escape?
And what I was doing is I just killed, as you said, I was actually very accurate, a big lizard demon, as the characters say. And now I'm gonna get to potentially one of the biggest walking simulators in the whole run. We're gonna go through a whole area with nothing in it, which is I think about 10-15 minutes of just running.
I'm about to have a really slow fight because I was wrong. I'm not 40. I'm 21 skill points short of a 3,000 skill point ability that I would like to have. That'll allow me to chain my arts, but I'll be able to do it after this fight. But I won't have it for this one, unfortunately. But it's okay. Just lets me build my specials more quickly, which is nice for this fight. Mitsuki-chan. There is a chance to kill both Petroka and Mikhail at the same time in this fight. Can be really trolly at times. Isn't going ideally right now. If I manage to get a break on this art, then I could probably get it, but it's not happening. So I'm gonna have to miss out on a lot of damage here, and I could actually die. Okay. So I got enough potions to kill Meek with a tier 3. So now I should be fine. That was the only thing I was worried about, was under damaging on him and then getting absolutely obliterated by his kind of like, I guess, DM. So now I'm just going to build up some arts on Petroka. And then I'm going to use a tier 1 with Tora and wrap her up with a tier 4 from Cosset. If I get a break here, that's really nice, but I didn't. But it should be okay even without one, honestly. Well, she's toppled, so it's gonna be great. Yeah, I know. Rex is perpetually missing. Lovely. So that fight took considerably longer because of not having a the arts chain, but we didn't die, so yeah, it's considerably better than dying, I guess.
I could imagine that not dying tends to be better than dying.
Well, there's some cases where if the fight goes really, really crappy, it's better to just die and start it over.
Does it take long in that game to just have the enemies just kill your whole party, or does it take longer?
A lot of them have like whenever someone dies, it just like really compounds really quickly. It snowballs pretty fast, so usually it's not too bad.
That's the case for most fights in this game, except for a couple of them where the enemy basically does no damage to you. And if you do want to restart, you might have to spend a minute or something, or potentially more even.
That takes care of that.
So I've got the ability to chain my arts now, just because I was, like I said, just a smidge short, unfortunately. I'm gonna do a couple enemy aggros on my way to Fonset Village, where Rex is sort of from, to get the next level of Gathering Sparks. And we'll be kind of set for the rest of the way.
Wow! World has many amazing places in it!
We discovered good place.
And hit.
Sorry to break it to you, Hooligan, but you will be disappointed probably. Also, Hooligan here is the world record holder of Tales of Berseria. It's done a lot of work to optimizing and making the route of the game a lot better.
I just tried to throw, don't worry. And there's more opportunities later.
Just so.
It's a new day, everyone.
Good morning. Rise and shine.
It's one of the longest segments of just straight running in this entire run. They kind of hit you with like 4 back-to-back fights, all of which can be pretty difficult casually. And I think after they just give you kind of like a reprieve. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, this game's still really pretty. Why don't you take some time to look at some stuff? So
I love how we both got to the longest walking segments at the same time in the run. Like, I was just running through an empty dungeon, I guess, and then I was looking over and you're just walking at this straight line.
There is this part, there's one where there's like a cave in this that's pretty long and you can put on auto run, and that's like my one bathroom break of the run. I'll throw Rex on auto run. If he bonks into a couple things, it's fine, and I'll just try to get back pretty quickly.
Hey, look what I found. Congratulations, guys.
Just so. And hit.
One thing you should never do in any Tales of Berseria run is assume that things will go well, because they almost never do.
That's what I always recommend to people when they run this game, is just assume that your blades are going to be bad. I actually, the blade pulls in this run are genuinely unbelievable.
Like, I think to this point, there has never been any run or any world record that didn't have disasters happen. Like, even till now, the current world record, I think, had a couple of fights which went very badly. Like, it's just, there's so much to this run that you can never expect things to actually go correctly all across the run. Like, I think this game in time could probably be improved by another maybe 5 minutes if you assume really good luck. I didn't do formations.
This is the tunnel that I take my only restroom break in, and about to put Rex on auto run here. And as long as he doesn't, you know, get stuck on anything, you're fine. There's also a cliff at the end, so I guess there's that.
And arrived.
All in one piece.
Unfortunately, you can still swim, even though this map doesn't really have anything out here. You can still swim kind of around and climb back up. I also made a recent discovery in this game. One of my favorite animals in the entire world is the adorable capybara, and this game actually has capybaras in them. They're called capybas, but I know what they're going for, and they're amazing, and I'm so glad that I have discovered them. So,
Do you ever see them in the run, or is it just something hidden?
no, it's just like it's just a monster in the game, and I just never noticed it until I accidentally saw one. I was like, wow, it looks like a capybara, and then I targeted it and saw that it's called the capybara, and I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. My pal. This is Rex's hometown. He's adopted though, so I don't actually. He's not from here, I guess. But he was adopted, and when he lost his parents, so we're visiting his parents' graves and seeing his like adoptive foster mother, more or less, before we head to the capital.
And arrived.
All in one piece.
Up.
This dungeon that I'm currently doing in this game is basically the only dungeon that has an actual puzzle to it in this run.
Shall we?
Like, for some reason in Berseria, they just decided to make most dungeons either walking simulator or a maze. This is the only one that has like some thinking to it.
Yeah, foggy water is a good way to describe it. It's just like a typical ocean with fog or clouds that rest on them. We're approaching our final fight with our boy Zeke von Genbu, the Zekinator. But get hyped. Music's a banger. But this will be the last time we have to fight him. He's going to be our friend after this. And here's a whole pack of capybaras. So shout outs to them. Hey guys. Like, I wish I could just hang out with them, you know?
So earlier I fought a big bug. Now I'm fighting a tree. It's a tree that ate a girl, to be specific.
That's a Pokemon.
What, that little bugger?
The tree. It's a tree giant or whatever.
Phew. Ah.
Yeah, that's totally the ghost tree Pokemon. You can't fool me lurking.
This is really bad. I just took a lot of aggro from Zeke, and even after I grabbed the potion, it wasn't enough to survive. So this fight's going to be a little scuffed. Probably just going to let this run out, actually, and rebuild up my potions, and then get another tier 4, and just do 1 into a 4 as a backup here. Okay, well, Tor is dead now, too. Can I please get a break? No? Okay. This is less than ideal. This is one of those instances where it honestly may have just been faster to just die and try it over. If I had gotten a break on any of those, this would have been totally fine. But I didn't do that. So there's that. And now he might actually kill me. And I'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can finagle our way out of here. There we go. We're okay. This is okay. This is fine. Yeah, Zeke has some really, really powerful arts that do a ton of damage. And unfortunately, he like barely killed me by like fewer than 50 HP after grabbing that potion. I knew that it was going to be close, but which is why I grabbed that potion when I did as he was doing it. But it wasn't quite enough. Yeah, and there's a lot of things in it that isn't really explained in the game as far as like damage output is concerned. I learned a ton from learning this run and just talking to people that know a lot more about the game.
The voracious vanguard has returned!
All friends return safely!
So way earlier in the run, near the very beginning, I was in this prison. And, you know, you kind of walk through it once. It's a pretty big area, and then you never see it again until now. And at this point of the run, after basically every dungeon or every boss, I will have to come back to this area and run through the whole thing again and again. It's like one of the most annoying parts of this game about how much you have to retrace through this area, just going back to the very bottom of it and back to the top.
Well, that's one of the nice things about this game, as I see several of you talking about how many hours you put into it, is like, you can put as much time into the game as you really want to invest, I guess, really. Like, you know, you can finish a casual playthrough of this game in like 30 or 40 hours. And then otherwise, or you can, you know, do all the side quests and stuff and spend hundreds of hours. So it's like a nice little, you know, kind of pick how much investment you want as far as the game goes. obviously I have an insane amount of time in this game at this point, but you gotta have, you know, options of how much or how little you want to invest into it.
I think for Berseria is if you just want to do the base game, probably 30, 40 hours. And then if you want to really do all the side quests and such, probably it goes up to about 80. And the post-game dungeon, which is definitely an experience when the first time you do it. And then if you decide
on it.
And if you decide to do very horrible decisions and try to get plat for this game, you're probably going to end up grinding for an extra 60 hours.
What's the worst trophy?
There's a trophy, which is get all titles to level 2. And some titles are extremely grindy, like use your Mystic Arts 250 times on each character. And some of them are, I think, finish 200 battles with each character, which is, 1,200 battles that you're just... If you've used one character like I did casually, you have to grind about 1,000 fights, which is just go into them, kill them, and get out. So it's just one title that probably took me, I would say maybe 30 hours or 20 hours to grind it.
All right, so I'm going to do another instance of Zombie Hover here so I can skip some cutscenes. I'm actually going to walk through some cutscene triggers and jump off a cliff that I shouldn't be allowed to jump off of right now, so that I can get some items that are a little OP.
This is one of those fights that we have to depend on the AI not screwing you over. And if they do, you could lose a lot of time.
I hope it is something good.
Okay, we're good. Wait, what? Never mind, we're not good.
Item I just picked up there is called Beta Scope. It increases the chance of landing break on enemies, which is going to help out immensely for Nia's break ability, obviously. So there's a trigger here, but I'm actually walking through it with this status on. Then I'm going to switch back to Dromark, which will allow me to get that skip travel. So I'm actually going to skip these cutscenes for now. There's normally a barrier here that makes it so that if you fall off this cliff, you just die. But I'm obviously in this state. I'm just going to jump right through that. It's not going to kill me, and I'm going to make it down to this tier here. And I'm going to go open a chest with those earth blades I pulled earlier for some shining star chips, which are going to increase my damage output immensely.
Hey, look what I found!
Congratulations.
So the Merc mission is back now. So Boreas is back in action. Shout outs to Boreas. And we're going to do some overdriving. Okay, we're going to leave that on him. We're going to give Monica here. Shout outs to my boy Carl. Going to give these earth blades to him. And then I'm going to Well, she's going to have. Well, yeah, I guess I can give her this. I'm gonna give Keen Eye to. Morag for now, so that I can use that field skill later. A little bit less menuing with Keen Eye and Aegeon on Morag. Normally I would give Perun to I'd give Perun to Morag, but I'm not gonna bother doing that because I need Aegeon and can give her the Keen Eye Blade for now. Because there is something I could do that's a little convenient for getting Perun, but I'm probably not even gonna be doing it. Alright, so we're gonna get this lovely chest here. I just saved just in case I miss one of these too. So I need to find the 3 shining star chips. 1, 2. Where is the third? It's down there. Lovely.
If you no matter, I don't hands up.
Hey, don't be.
Now we're gonna do kind of an extensive menu here.
Hey, Velvet. This thing. The rest.
You can see how much their attack's going up from these shining stars. Just a considerable increase.
They were nothing.
Now we gotta fight the shambling dead.
A circle pod.
For a bunch of dead guys, they're awfully fleshy.
Further support for the healthy octopus diet.
They were nothing.
The pod's a demon.
Whatever you guys do, make sure you don't smash
Had enough by 3. Calculated.
Stop arguing and fight already.
How much new menus like that?
Clear way. Invigorate us.
Alright, so now we'll enter this cutscene that we skipped earlier, but we already got the skip travel positions, so we can kind of head right to them. But these fights suck, and it's really annoying to redo this first fight from just re-entering it like normal fights. So I'm actually going to save, because if I do die, I'm just going to reset. Because whereas most of them, it's pretty easy to just re-enter them. You can just walk up to them. This one, you have to use a wind blade to get back over to it. So it's actually kind of obnoxious, and I don't like doing it. So I need to get some of these potions, but this as you see, like that potion did up there, they can just troll you and just like land inside the thing, and you can't actually pick them up. It's really frustrating.
Have you been what now? What if let's say just
Oh, hey.
Doesn't matter.
I don't convict. If anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually gonna do this. This is actually not the strat I would do in a run. I would do it a little bit faster, but because the potions were getting mostly stuck in there, I did a tier 2 with Rex just to make sure I would do enough damage overall. Otherwise, that thing has an AoE that hits immediately after. Now we're gonna fight Jin, who's really not that bad. Similarly, you're gonna try to get some potions. Oh, That art actually launches you if you hit him while he's doing it, which is why he launched me when I hit him. If you were curious. I really need a break here. I'm not going to. Oh, nice. I actually got a break. That's really friendly. That's Gen 1 or Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 1. And this next one is really difficult to get a break on, but if you can get one, it's really nice. But I might chain here regardless because of the lack of XP I got from Rosa anyway, so really it shouldn't matter either way.
It's very interesting the difference. Very interesting the difference between the fights in Xenoblade and Berseria, where yours are like very long, kind of multiple minute fights, while in here it's just kind of mash a few. I say mash a few buttons, just do a few arts in one shot.
I mean, I wish that they weren't as long. These weren't going as long as they are. But yeah. Potion tried to get away from me. Okay. This would be great if I actually had my tier 4 ready, but I don't yet.
But yeah, basically almost every boss fight in this game is like exactly the same inputs every time, and if it goes correctly, everything should go the same every time. The early game is different, where a lot more RNG dependent on what the enemies do and what your AI decides to do.
Break would be lovely. Oh no. We're gonna have to do this, and I hope that...
Mutski, who's better, Pyra or Mithra?
Mithra every day of the week.
Okay, I say, are they actually the same person in this too?
They basically are.
Mithra, huh? What about you, Lurking? Pyra or Mithra?
I actually don't know the characters. I can't really give an informed answer to that.
You can pick
the
one,
game
though.
makes you choose at the beginning of chapter 8. The game forces you to pick. So, well, can you run? Are you able to run like a chat poll or something? And let them vote on which one
thing
they
we
want?
can do.
Yeah, if you want to,
Let's do
I'll let
that.
you know ahead of time. You guys can
Okay.
vote on if you want Pyra or Mithra for the choice in chapter 8. I'll let you know, but before I get there, give you plenty of time. Don't say I never did nothing for you, chat. So I did that fight pretty slow because I wanted to gain on it after it wasn't going particularly well, because I wanted to make up for some of the XP that I missed out on earlier. But I should be good for pretty much the rest of the run now. There is one more important fight, but it's considerably easier to get the break on.
I know you've mentioned multiple times, and it's been brought up, and when I get the hoverboard, I will now have a hoverboard.
Oh, baby.
Which makes my movement speed slightly faster, but not really that much faster, unfortunately.
What you're telling me is it only takes 2.5 hours for this game to actually start?
Yeah,
That's
basically.
what I'm gathering. Okay.
That's why running longer categories like old bosses is better, because you actually get to use the hoverboard more.
Hikari and Homura are the Japanese names for Mithra and Pyra, respectively. Yeah, I'll have them run the pool before I do the Jin and Malos fight at the end of 7. I'll have them run it during Chapter 7 when I get to Moritha. That'll be plenty of time.
That's not what I meant. That should work.
Come around every day.
So we're back in Indal in my run, and much like the last time we're in Indal, involves a lot of just story triggers and talking to people. Chapter 6 is basically like a lot of running, talking, and then like one of the most difficult fights in the game. They're like, all right, you had a nice little break to not think about anything. Now here's like an impossibly difficult fight. It's probably
Yeah, I
my
just defeated,
least favorite.
Yeah, I just had to fight Shenron from Dragon Ball Z, and
I saw that.
beat him easily.
It's not even gonna grant your wishes. Or rip off.
All they do is waste our time sometimes.
Well, speaking of crossover art, interestingly, the blade art, like the blade design for the like character icons in the menu, is actually done by like an abundance of artists that some of you have probably seen do stuff for other games. It's like a lot of artists that have done art for video games and character design or other animes or whatever, and they did a lot of the blade icon designs, I guess. Which is kind of cool that they had a lot of people like collab on it.
Yeah. So we're talking about the hoverboard being great and all, but it has horrible controls for the most part. At least like after you use it for a while, you get more used to it. But turning with this thing, especially on controller, is very not very greatly, I guess, designed, because you actually can't rotate your camera angle at all while on the hoverboard. You can only rotate your character.
Really?
And a lot of my movement in general is rotating. Well, you actually can, but it's disabled in the options by default, and you can only enable it after you get the hoverboard. And it's basically a waste of time in the run to go into the options as compared to getting used to controlling it.
Interesting, I didn't know that. That makes
if you're
it
on
even
keyboard,
cooler.
you can just move the camera angle, but on controller, you can only rotate your character. And also the turning speed is weird. Like it starts off by turning slowly, but if you keep holding the turn, like to the right or left, it starts turning significantly faster. So a lot of my turning, at least towards like small corners, is more so like tapping left rather than holding it for a few seconds.
So I'm just talking to some NPCs right now that the game wants me to gather some information so we can crack the case on this mystery with an assassination attempt. I removed Rex from my party, so I'm just Nia, which from what I understand just eliminates some dialogue that Rex would have if he was in your party. Cannot confirm that 100% because I've just never done it with him in the party to know, but that's what I was told, and I just trust that it's correct.
That is me with like 90% of the things in this run. I just know what other people have routed, and I just trust it.
If we were...
That's well, one thing that's interesting with this game too, with how much optional stuff there is. Like there's different things you can go, and there's different order you can do stuff in, and different paths you can take and whatnot at a couple of places. It's interesting to watch. If you just watch all of the top 3 runners of this game, everybody kind of has their own thing that's slightly different. It's kind of interesting that nobody does it like exactly the same as any one other person.
Hey, sorry.
Excuse. I was.
Oh, her gut. Now we've all. Are you?
Yeah,
The how what happened?
the next
That was.
Some of those are faster to mash through, and some are easier to skip, or faster to skip through. So I mash through the fast ones to mash, and then skip the other two.
Heaven, not what? Who knows?
We're gonna get our other hunter's chemistry, which will help boost our affinity for gold affinity early on in fights. Super nice.
The Faldes ruins are north of Helives.
The Earth Pulse point is to the north, too. Probably in the very same place.
For you Mithra fans, we're bringing her back into action. Oops, I actually forgot to give Rex Corbin too.
Right. I'm ready to go.
Oh, okay.
And giving him Corbin that hunter's chem so that he'll get gold affinity faster with a boost from the start of battle, and also give him a crit up, which raises his critical hit percentage by 12%. We've had that for basically the whole run, and we used to equip it earlier, but early on in the run, it actually doesn't make that much of a difference. I forget what the difference is. It's really small.
So this dungeon that I'm currently running through is probably one of the most annoying to go through in the whole run because of the amount of invisible enemies that you can't even see until you get an encounter with them exist in it, and all the tight corridors. So in general, like if you can get through here without actually getting an encounter, that would be very, very great for a normal run.
Go with this. No, not quite. All right. All right, so this is the last one that I really need to get a good chain on with some good damage. Ideally, between, over 300%. I might actually do an older strat on this just to guarantee that it can't go wrong. So I think I'm going to do, and I know I'll get enough. Again, just because I didn't quite get as much as I wanted to earlier. I haven't gotten any breaks yet. That's nice. Lovely. Lovelier. Alright, so this is the old strat that we used to do on this fight. And this will guarantee that I know I'll get enough. You can actually kill, we do it now doing the same thing that I did on Morag earlier with the tier 1 on Tora into a volcano on tier 4. And use the damage over time to raise the XP boost. Basically, it saves you from having to do the second chain tier. You can just go through one chain set and then you're done. And we got our another expansion kit, which we'll use on Rex later. But this fight also gives you the Aegeon Core Crystal, which, as I mentioned, I'm going to use. I'm going to need for this run, so I can start farming to get Aegeon's Crystal. You activate Aegeon by aggroing enough enemies in different fights, individual fights. That's what causes him to unlock. So I'll just be aggroing some random enemies as I go. I also mentioned earlier that I could, this is the thing that I could skip because I got Faroon, but I just gave Morag my Keen Eye Blade instead. So if I was on like a PB pace run or a PP attempt, I would not do this, and I would just overdrive Faroon rather than grab these. But grabbing those gives Dromark Ancient Wisdom, which will give us enough to proceed in the game for that story trigger. So there's this Ancient Wisdom level 1, and that's the only one we need because we need a total of 3. He has 1, Aegeon will have 1, and Corvin has 1. Without Corvin or Faroon, you can just salvage a couple of times and get the level 2 on Dromark, and then use the level 1 that Aegeon gets. And those will be your 3. Yeah, Nia is my favorite character in this game, which is also one of the reasons that I really like this run, is because Nia is the character you play as a vast majority of the game. Which is cool. Oh, I need to be aggroing stuff. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing.
Stay still.
Gonna throw a rock at one of the snow capybaras. Normally I would have aggroed 2 things by now, so we're fine. So I'm just gonna be throwing rocks at enemies as I go here, just to get my aggros that I need for Aegeon.
Stay still.
Dromark's swag. Morag's actually going to be the highest leveled character in the run, but she's currently lower leveled because I took that in-stay. And so she has all of her banked XP still to be cashed in. But she will be the highest leveled later.
A new locale. I've gained a new memory.
Yeah, I actually barely used Blade Form Nia in any of my casual plays. I messed around with it whenever, you first get it for the novelty. But then really quickly, I swapped her back to just being a driver in my party.
How many characters are there in that game? Because I feel like you're switching between a lot, or...
There are... How many playable characters? 5 playable characters that are in your main party? Am I forgetting one that I feel bad about? Let's see, Rex, Nia, Tora, Morag. No, there's 5. And Zeke.
5, okay.
There's 5 main playable characters. There's a couple of temporary characters that you get at certain points too.
And Shulk, right?
And Shulk. Shulk, the hero of Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
I'm reaching a part of the Berseria run where I guess most fights become a little more punishing, or at least the more punishing fights are coming up to where you actually can't afford to make any even small mistake in most of the fights. And if you do, a lot of them are a pretty chunky time loss to be able to restart the fights. So like I think in the next like 30-40 minutes of the run are generally the scariest, other than a couple of other fights at the very end of the game. Oh, I freak. Oh yeah, that's right.
Now we've been imprisoned by Zeke's dad, which is kind of a jerk move, but you know, it is what it is. And he's stolen Pyra, and so now we have to go get Pyra back. This part of the game, casually, can take a really, really long time. They basically put you in this area that's so high up that you can basically not jump down anywhere safely. You'll just die from fall damage pretty much anywhere. And the route that you have to take around it is pretty, like it meanders all over the place, and it's just a really, really long path. But then, essentially, I'm gonna use the zombie hover and bypass the entire segment of that.
You're picking a fight with us? You're on.
We're gonna fight some Tantal Knights here. They can occasionally, there's 3 on each side, and occasionally one, like my PB, one of them can get stuck on that structure in the middle and like just never make it over here. It feels so bad. But it looks like it looks like the gang's all here though. I'm just gonna take some tier 1s. Try to get some trying to get some AoEs. I let Rex use a tier 1 because Corbin's pretty good, and that just let me finish it off there. Yeah, this is like the best example of the zombie hover in the entire run, just because of how long this whole section is. It took me forever my first playthrough because of just finding the path, and then you need to knock a thing over, then you need to walk all over the place. It's a mess.
We've arrived. Where do we go from here?
So I'm gonna die here. Then when Nia starts saying E and that IEA, I'm gonna hold all these buttons to do the death code. And now she's floating. We'll switch to Dromark to gain control of her again. And we're just gonna fall the whole way down into the trench below, because your goal is actually immediately below you, which is kind of funny. And right into the cutscene. So you skip that whole section, and it's pretty massive time save versus, you know, doing it the intended way. Yeah, I know. It's like a legit IIA. I'm glad Richard's excited. That's the power of anime.
Glad that both games that are currently being played do have the power of anime on their side.
Naturally.
Yeah, after I put this together, I realized that, wow, I maybe have created the most anime night GDQ has ever had.
Perfect. One of my first ever emotes that I added of this game was just emote of Mithra, it's literally just called Mutt Weeb. Like it didn't just straight up just owns what it is. Very self-aware.
Stay still. Stay still.
Oh, I didn't actually want to do that. Yeah, exactly. Why do anything the intended way? What is the intended way? The devs clearly intended the death code for a reason. They had this in mind. It's my intended way, right?
Stay still.
I'm not playing this on PC. He's playing Berseria on PC, and I'm playing this on Switch. That's the slash. All right, so this is probably, in my opinion, this is the worst fight in the entire run. But barring a couple of other small things, it's really the last bad thing, I guess.
And arrived.
It is possible to get a triple kill on this with one special, but pretty difficult at times. Hopefully, I'm hoping to just get at least 2 of the 3. If I can kill 2 of them, that will be fine.
It's the whole anime thing in play. Both games are anime, so you think they are the same game, but they really are not.
If I get this break, oh no, okay. We'll see. Maybe I'll get lucky one
One of the cooler strats
time.
in this game is you're in a part of the run we're supposed to go hunting, and to hunt you're supposed to kill 3 sets of prickle boars, and they're laid out all across the forest. But if you quick save and load, the one that you already killed respawns, and it still counts towards your total of 3. So we just kill the closest one and just reload, kill it again, and do it one more time instead of running to the very beginning of the area again.
What I just did there was I used my special and kicked Mikhail into Petroka to get the double kill. So I was able to get a double, even though he was kind of far away. So I knocked him into the area that Petroka was standing, and that is what caused the double kill there. And then I just had to pick off Akos, which is really not that bad. Jin fight, which can be really annoying casually, is actually really not bad in this. You just want 1 potion and then just start a chain, and you're good to go. This will end the fight because you don't actually need to defeat him. Imagine it's like 25% of his HP or something.
Very well.
And there it is. So it actually went really well for those fights. Even though I didn't get the triple kill.
Focus on the monsters, sweetie pie.
Coming on to our next break, once you're not one of you in fights.
I'm good for a while, so whenever
Okay,
he's good.
cool.
I can have a little break before the next boss.
Sweet.
Yeah, because now that I have about like a minute of walking before the next fight
All right.
comes up.
So 3, 2, 1, pause. All right. So we're going to go on our last break. When we come back, we'll just let these runners go ahead and finish off the game. So get up, stretch, make yourself a nice little snack for the last hour and a half or so of the run, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're ready for the last hour and a half or so of our nice little anime RPG cozy night. Just a couple reminders: if you missed out on the other 3 hours of this run, or any previous shows, you can find all of our past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you're on YouTube right now watching us, we'd love to have you watch us live at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. We start our shows at 7 p.m. Eastern most nights, and we'd love to have you here. Also, on YouTube, we have our new channel, GDQ Sum of Best Segments, and it's a highlight channel with videos, every day, just like our main channel, but it's small highlight reels from main events and hotfix. So check that out as well. So let's see, what do we got going on Lurking's side right now?
I just killed I guess a pair of dogs that were turned into enemies, and now they're back to being good, so don't worry about it. The dogs are fine. They're actually our pets now, and yeah, that's basically what's going on here.
So the weather in this game is actually random, but my favorite thing to get in runs is rain and Fonset. The setting and rain and music are just very pleasant. Fortunately, it's going to be very short-lived for now. It's better if it happens in the first visit. You're here considerably longer.
Time to drop off the pups and get Grimoire to translate this book. We're going back to Titania.
Oh wait, why am I running when I have a hoverboard? That was not ideal.
I'm disappointed in you. There's one thing.
It was probably for a period of 5 seconds, but that's 5 seconds of not hoverboarding.
I wanna forget that you're running Berseria and think that you're either playing FF7 or Cool Borders 3 and not be sure which one it is, It's Tifa snowboarding, all right? That's what I want.
I would say FF7 is a good comparison, just because, as you said, it's like two different references, both Tifa and snowboard.
Yeah, there you go. Best mini game.
Someday we'll just have to have you guys back for Final Fantasy night. It can't both be 7, but you both have enough Final Fantasy games under your belt. We'll just make like a 2-part show or whatever.
I think I've done runs of 4 or 5. Probably done 7 different Final Fantasy title speedruns at this point.
Yeah, I've only done 7, 8, and 10, so I don't have as big of a Final Fantasy resume as you do, but...
So Lurking just runs Final Fantasy 10 for, 13 hours or whatever, and then Muchki can beat several Final Fantasy games.
Yeah, that's the real one. What's faster, FF10 or how many other Final Fantasy games?
How many other Final Fantasy games? Just get the older, shorter ones. I think there's some Final Fantasy games that are 6 minutes with some glitched categories.
Yeah, FF3 is really short.
FF3.
That's 6 minutes or so.
Richard would be so happy if FF10 was on here. He would love it.
Yeah, I've been away from FF10 for a while. I know there's been a lot of very interesting discoveries in that game recently. All right.
Yeah. I ran it for some time, and then I did it with 7 other people as a relay at RPG Limit Break, and literally haven't played it a single time since then.
That was a great run, though. It was very enjoyable to watch.
We were it's a really long game. We were let's just see how many people they'll let do it.
Yep. Yeah, it went from RNG hell with what it was before of all of the randomness and whatever to being very, very RNG manipulated, which is crazy to me that FF10 is now RNG manipulated.
And in a super useful way too.
Yeah.
Sewer surfing. Okay, so I'm still farming the Aegeon Crystal. I need to change some blades up, but I'm gonna wait to do that until I get Aegeon's core crystal available, which will be deeper into this cave. And then we get to approach maybe one of the more annoying fights that can go really awry pretty quickly if it goes poorly. For any of you who have played this game and are familiar with the Phantasms fight, you remember it being obnoxiously annoying in your casual playthrough. It can also be exactly the same in the speedrun if it goes bad. There is strats to mitigate that, obviously, but sometimes you can just get unlucky with damage that you do. Swag jumping there. Oh, my toes, my toes. I love sewer surfing, some of my favorite levels in all video games. Alley Cat Blues. Technodrome. Let's kick shell.
Is the super fast like sliding in the sewer thing like totally intended, or is that a speed
Yeah,
strat?
that's
Okay.
It's definitely intended. It's just nice that it's there, I guess.
Yeah.
There. I wonder if they just did it
must-
without the water, and then they were like, "This is kind of a long walk."
I wish they did similar things in this game where they're like, oh, that's a long walk, let's make it faster.
Yeah. All right, so I have Aegeon's core crystal now because I've aggroed enough stuff. So I will pull Aegeon on Morag. And I will equip both Aegeon and Agate.
I hope I'll live up to your expectations.
And then she is going to get Romark, a fire blade, and a wind blade.
Looking forward to it.
And Rex is going to get rock,
Pleased to meet
fire
you.
blade.
You're the boss.
All of the Poconos, sweet. I'm glad to hear the Poconos have my back. Shout outs to everybody from Pennsylvania. Sheets runs supreme, mates. Alright, so you could do the zombie hover here if you really wanted to, but if you jump properly, you can just jump down. This would kill you if you fall, but there's a ladder here, so if you actually just clip it just right, you can grab the ladder on the way down and then not worry about it.
If you die on these screens, do you go to like your past save file, or does it just reset?
You go
position?
to the last like quick travel spot. So that's really not that bad. And
I
if you
didn't
die
expect
in a
it to be like a
fight,
game over in the overworld when you're just moving around.
nah, no, there's like no game overs. Like if you die to a boss, you can just run back into the boss
Retry.
fight. But it's kind of annoying because you're in a different position because you have to enter the field of battle yourself rather than have it like set you in the middle of the field, I guess, if that makes sense. Like you're on the edge and kind of have to position yourself manually. So it's just a slight inconvenience. Most of the saves that I've taken at this point are because what I'm going to do has a potential to either A, soft lock something in one of the fights, or B, crash the game by doing a zombie hover that, if you hold it the wrong time, will cause the game to crash. So most of my saves haven't really even been for combat, ironically. Alright, so I need to get 5 insects here because Aegeon needs insects for his ancient wisdom.
Let me see.
That's 3. Just need 5 little spooters while we avoid all these other little spooters. Just the whole state, yeah. Well, I mean, if you're rooting for me, that's like, 2% of all of Massachusetts has my back too then. So. So I'm gonna get Ancient Wisdom on our boy Dromark here.
I feel
And then we're gonna go to Aegeon and do the same.
This'll prove in.
Walk along this wall to avoid aggroing this unique monster. And so this is gonna be our first check where we use the fire and wind blades that I put on Rex and Nia to burn it down. And now we're going to use the ancient wisdom we just farmed and the keen eye from Agate and Frigid to
Look what I found.
do the Steel of
Wonder what
Judgment.
is around here.
Very well.
One thing that this game is nice about is the fact that you have to go through this dungeon again. So they give you a little shortcut that you have to actually manually get, and if you don't, you're gonna have to run through the dungeon again. But at least they give you that option that if you realize there's a wall you can break, the next time through is gonna be a lot
I'm sure
quicker.
it'll work out great.
From doing anything stupid. And don't you
So
try
this
and
fight, the
complain
care them
either.
the when you hit them to a certain HP threshold, they can actually multiply. And each time they multiply, each one they'll bring in 2 more. So each one will double into 2, and then you have to kill the one that is doubled also. Brish has keen eye, but never opens. That's actually really funny that she has keen eye, but literally never opens her eyes in the entire game. I never thought about the irony of that being her field skill. That cracks me up. So thank you for that.
Teresa, stop this already! Please!
Here I come.
That's possible. I haven't watched the cutscenes in so long. But that would actually make sense.
That's one hell of an art.
Alright, so hopefully this fight doesn't go poorly because like I said, it can be an absolute train wreck. The minimum you have to kill is 4 if you get no multiplies. You can also kill 24. It takes way, way longer, obviously. So let's hope that this goes well and I get some potions early and some favorable damage and breaks.
Demon, this isn't over.
And Morag's already stolen one of my potions, which is like about as bad as this could start. Get this break here. Okay. That one should die. All right, so there's one. That one's not quite dead. Can we kill him, please? Nope. All right, so I'm getting 1 Malthus from this guy. That almost went really, really, really well. That was so close to being as good as I've ever had it go. But we were just that little smidge of damage too short. So, because I almost killed all 3 of those. So we're going to get that one. This one might Malthus now. Like this, yeah. So I'm going to get 2 at least. Which is not... Oh, never mind. Well, no, never mind. No, he did get it off. I almost ended it before he actually did it. But I shouldn't get any more unless something really, really weird happens. Like that. So maybe I will. Yeah, okay. What the heck? My teammates are screwing me so bad right now. Oh, dear. This is the worst one I've had in a minute. Dude, I'm gonna get another one because they're just not helping me out at all. Okay, there we go. I didn't get another one. Fortunately. Whew. Yeah, casually that fight can take a really, really long time. But that's the most I've had in a run in a while. And now all of you that like Nia as a blade, you can be happy because now Nia's a blade.
The area I'm running through right now is usually like the most deadly part of normal runs, just because of how scary these encounters are and they're difficult to dodge. Locally right now, I haven't gotten many encounters earlier, so I still have tutorials that I can use to escape from fights. But in general, like in a normal run where if you got earlier encounters, you should expect the run to die within this next 10 minutes over here.
Just gonna stay at the inn one more time here. This will be the second to last time I stayed in an inn, mostly because it's just like right here and not particularly hard to get to. Cost $1 to use Corinne's house. The last one we'll take is also at Corinne's house, just because it's the most convenient one. Let's see how our levels are. All right, our levels are actually perfect.
Lurking, did you just talk to like a headless person a second ago?
Yeah, that guy does not have a head. Yeah.
All right, cool.
He is a suit of armor without a head. Don't question why or how that happened, but yeah. We actually fought him earlier in the run. He is one of the fights that gave me the most troubles. We also fought another armor without a head and a horse without a head.
Very good. Mutski, which person is worse for you, Pyra or Mithra?
Oh, I mean, it doesn't change anything.
Oh, that's disappointing.
The game does make you pick, and that will be then the one that they use the rest of the game. But yeah, it doesn't actually do anything. I guess technically Pyra is 2 frames slower to choose. So I guess Mithra. But yeah, whatever you guys want, I'll do whatever name you pick. I'm gonna buy some equipment here for Rex and Morag, boost their attacks later. Man, Pyra with a more than 2-to-1 advantage already. You can tell so many people didn't play Torna. Oh my gosh, you normies. Oh no, dude, this is making me happy. Okay.
We're going to the front docks to escape.
So
Don't forget that.
I know.
Need to put a
Arthur's
wind
first
blade
walks. Right.
and Wolfric on you. She has Wolfric, so just the wind blade and we're good.
Oh, Mithra taking the lead in the poll.
Oh baby, because everyone heard the call out. They were like, "I've played Torna." Pyra's
the normie. You're the normie.
Pyra's only in one scene in Torna, and it's entirely Mithra, which is why it's pretty Mithra centric.
Struggling against all reason.
Shut up! Don't you dare pretend to be my brother!
Dark and light. Round and round you go.
There is only one reason why I am actually bothered by the Pyra choice in the run, and it actually has nothing to do with anything like of substance. She is Mithra when she asks you if you want Pyra or Mithra, and it just really bugs me to tell Mithra you want to call her Pyra. And like there's something about that just I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this right now. All right, who's gonna fall off this cliff here and not make it up this climb with me? Both of them. Tora and Morag have both just fallen to their deaths. They were unable to climb up the vines. Oh yeah, the end of Torna is really sad. There's so much sad going on. All right, so we're gonna bring Rex back into the party here. And he's gonna get nobody but Corvin.
Mithra clutching it out, 59%.
People know. So now we're going to use the expansion for Rex here and give him that book that I bought ages ago. Oh, I also forgot to put crosshair back on, which is important. There we go. This fight's really nice with Adenine. Like I said earlier, this is one of the fights where Adenine, if you pop Adenine during Corvin's tier 3, actually get a boost of damage. I think it's 50% boost. So it makes it so that you don't need 2 potions to be able to kill, and it makes the fight considerably easier in my opinion. Because this fight, if the potions that you draw land in really, really bad spots, it can be really annoying to deal with. Like that one, that's like all the way on the other side of the map. Like that doesn't matter. I need another one too. Okay, at least I can grab this one. So I got 1 friendly potion. So because he's weak to lightning, light, we're actually going to use Corbin here to finish instead of my tier 4, which I've normally been doing. It's one of the first fights that you actually don't finish off with the character you're controlling. Corbin's tier 3 is really slow in an animation time, but it does so much damage. It's so powerful, but we don't use it all that much because of how slow it is. So unless we absolutely need to. Big Corv, yeah. The legend himself. Excited for my boy Crimson Derek here. He's gonna aggro. If any of you knew anyone named Derek in high school that you weren't too fond of, could be worse. It could be the Crimson Derek. My first childhood friend in elementary school was called Derek, and every time that aggros, it makes me think of him.
Earth, grant me strength.
All right, so I'm going to take off a Gion from Morag, so she only has Bridget on for this next fight. This fight is really difficult in a casual playthrough. At least it was for me, first time.
It's an adventurous life for me.
Yeah, we already got Machine Gun Julio. The relative of Machine Gun Kelly. Machine Gun Julio is another unique monster that also entered the rap game at a young age. Okay, so I'm going to grab all these potions here. Do this. And hopefully get my chain going on here. There we go. And this should be enough to end the first phase. Lovely. That's about as good as that can go. It only took 1. This next fight's called the Victory Lap fight, because you can't die on this fight. And you get Numa for the rest of the game, so shout outs to Numa. So I'm going to try to do the same thing that I did earlier by using the fire and the water elements to put them in a fusion setup that I can use and actually get AoE damage and kill both.
Buffy Eleanor.
Would have been nicer to have the topple or break there, but yeah, I was gonna say Malus not gonna die here, but that's okay. He'll die pretty quick. Lovely. All right. So I'm actually, because of how this game works, sometimes you can get really slow loads, and this is a really common point for that. So we actually do a save, close the game, re-enter the game to do a little memory dump.
How slow do the loads get?
They can be really bad, like really bad, like a
The
minute.
fact that saving and reloading the whole game is faster is...
What was the decision for Pyromithra, by the way?
It was Mithra.
Okay. How much was it Mithra by?
And Mithra got like 59%.
Okay. So only 41% of you were wrong. Okay, I respect that. That's good enough. So this part of the game, if you've not played, the reason that we did that is because it is actually going to make me make a choice here between the two. I usually just leave it up to somebody in chat at random. If I ever have like a new viewer, I usually just let somebody I don't know choose. So there you go, nerds.
You can.
Now we actually have to temporarily have Jin back in our party.
So the next boss fight I'm getting to in this run is probably in my opinion, the hardest boss fight. And the problem with it is you have to do it twice, back to back. And it's basically the same combo both times. And any small mistake restarting the fight is very, very slow. You're better off actually reloading the whole game. And also the enemy can do one of 3 attacks, which will basically change what you're supposed to do a little bit. So I'm actually going to take a quick save before the fight. In case I mess up phase 1, I can just restart the whole game. This is actually bad. But it could work.
So obviously we have Numa for the rest of the game. In order to use Numa, which is you can use once a fight for a total of 1 minute, but she is really, really strong. You have to have gold affinity and a full chain party gauge to be able to pop Numa. And we'll use this on a couple of fights, and it's really important to have her for that.
The reason I messed up this fight just now is because I actually made a mistake in the previous fight, and I thought it didn't matter, but now I just realized that it does affect this fight a little bit, and I ended up doing the wrong thing. So, again, it's better off to reload and do it again. This is actually just bad. Not sure I'm gonna do this, but we'll figure it out.
Bringing him a swift death would be a mercy.
So there's like one difficult part of platforming coming up. We use it gives kind of quite a bit of movement. It's not super hard if you get like a setup. I don't know what everybody else uses for their visual cues. I tend to put the camera right behind Rex, kind of zoomed in about medium length. And there's like a crack that I line up completely perpendicular to like the x-axis of my TV. And then I jump when I hit the side of this cliff here. So if you'll see the crack, you'll see that I kind of line it up about as perpendicular as I can. So like there, get behind Rex, and then jump up like this. Go not up here, and then you can just fall off on the top here and skip that whole map section down below.
Swift death would be a mercy.
I fell off this part here in my most recent PB and cost about 45 seconds just falling off that jump there. It's like the game has no platforming until it does. I'm going to save before this fight because the overkill XP is actually pretty important. I'd rather not have to deal with the backup, so if I fail it, I'll probably just redo the fight. You can use the tier 2 with the light element here, but it's a little bit faster of an animation to use the electric, so that's what I tend to do. Because it only takes one input to switch it. And you can switch it at any point once your tier 1's already done. Or I guess tier 3, because you popped Numa, which starts at tier 3. Alright, so we're going to switch back to Nia here too, because Nia is the most important character and nobody else matters. Nice stoppings. I get some potions here. Get this one, that would be lovely. Nice.
Everything's changed. He is trying to become someone new.
It's a gamble. I'm in.
Me too.
Might actually need to get another one though.
The coin always lands on Skull.
Then you'll just have to flip it over for me.
Not happening. I'm going
Can someone else get one? Okay, there we go. So now I'll be able to do tier 2 with Rex. And then I'll do mine on the same break, so it'll give a nice damage multiplier. And I just need to get an overkill of like 200% or more, which is not too hard to do, considering I just absolutely melted him. Like I mentioned earlier, you can see I'm missing these combat triggers just because it's faster to just miss them and they don't really do any damage. Yeah, she literally her tier 4 is literally the eject shot. You can't do it, kid.
Don't worry, my boy. So yeah, I think I don't know how to do this boss fight anymore because I just messed it up about 4 or 5 times at this point. So I'm trying to brute force through it rather than restarting and trying it again.
I hate when you have to make that decision though. Because when you do just try to like brute it and then it doesn't quite go exactly well. That's what I did earlier with my one fight that went bad, and I was like, yeah, I should have just jumped off the edge.
So this fight actually has a mechanic where like if you get the boss about 25% HP, the fight auto ends after a little bit. But I'm struggling even to get him there with not the combo. It's like what we mentioned earlier, it's better to just restart than try to recover the fight, but...
Well, it's funny because her weapon's called a bit ball, which is awfully similar to blitz ball, and she uses it almost identically to how Waka uses his blitz ball in FF10. I'm not positive that it was influenced by FF10, but I feel at least mildly certain. Mildly certain. I don't know if that's oxymoronic, but
Lurking, this dragon is just extremely rude.
It's just how if this fight doesn't go like to the exact combo, that's normal. But we're past it now. Yeah, this is definitely the hardest fight in the whole run. And the fact that you have to do it twice just makes it all that much worse.
You can at least carry the poor kid. Damn, you're cold.
No, quite the
Yeah,
opposite.
from now on, most of the boss fights are easy. The final boss can be a little troll, but it's not difficult per se. And generally, if you take it safely, it's gonna be fine. That's like the last big hurdle in the run.
Lurking, is this your favorite Tony Hawk game?
If only I'd noticed sooner.
Yes, it definitely is.
Gotcha.
Maybe Underground 2 is better, but this one is close.
Underground 2, that's a good one. I've played a lot of Underground 2.
this area has a lot of elevators. If you like elevators, this is great, but it really lets you line up the Fab Five here. Rex is also with us, but
Hey, look what I found! Congratulations, guys!
A new locale. I've gained a new memory.
all right, so this is like the second to last big skip of the game. And it also now is followed by menu, which is relatively new. There's like a specific pixel, more or less, area right there. Boop. And Nia just pops through like a legend. Oops.
Nice.
We used to do a lot of menuing in the next chapter and not much menuing at all here, but now we just, because we have to open the menu to get out of this glitched state, we actually
That's about that.
just do it all here.
It sounds fun. I am at your service.
Rock, pleased to meet you. Okay, where are we off to? Okay, where are we off to?
Yeah, there's one more big skip, and it is by far the worst skip in any run I have ever done in my entire life. Because it is insanely inconsistent. But because of how much time it saves, it's worth, even if it's not great.
What does it do? Like, do you skip a dungeon or a boss?
It's basically like there's field skills that you need to progress at certain parts that I've used, and this one requires like a ton of field skills that are only needed for this one part. And
okay, so you just skip getting them at all?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like it requires like 4 or 5 lightning blades or something, and all of the pulls I think I got 2 naturally. It's really annoying. So
this is very convenient that exists.
Yeah, I've actually never done a run using the backup just because it's such a pain. The skip is really difficult and consistent, but it was worth just being bad at it than to do the intended strat. But it's like one of those things where it can take you like 30 seconds or it can take you 4 minutes. And neither is that surprising.
I'll cut down anyone.
Yeah, we'll hide Rex behind this pole, and then there you go. That's the Fab 5. There you go. That's the strat. You just have to hide Rex behind an object. You can have the actual Fab 5 for the end of this run. No, Rex will do one fairly useful thing, but most of it is just mostly it's just Mithra and Numa, and Rex is just kind of along for the ride. All right, so these last 3 chapters are actually going to kind of cruise through. If you look at, total time versus our estimate, these last 3 chapters are all really short. About to finish up chapter 8 here, and then chapter 9 and 10 are really quick if everything goes properly.
And how likely are they to not go properly? Because it seems like I'm going to need a lot of buffer room.
The door clip, which is after this fight, is the big one for sure. Like I said, it could be 30 seconds, it could be 4.5 minutes, and neither will shock me. So I mean, that a lot rides on that, and there's some fights that can go really wrong really fast. There's some things. Don't worry.
So after that last fight that I had, I probably lost 5 minutes. So if you want to keep it close,
I can do some blade pulls
content
before the final boss if I need to. You never know. Maybe I'll get that rare Cosmos pull before the end. All right, so I'm going to try to kill without needing to do another tier 2 here. I'm going to pop Numa. Hope that Nia breaks here. She did not land. Oh, she did land her break, actually. So this should kill. This should wipe everybody out. Yep. Beautiful.
Am I going? Right there.
All right, so now we're going to make our way up this long pathway here, and then at the end of it lies the real final boss of the run, which is called the door clip, which is what I was describing briefly earlier. Rather than getting a ton of electric blades and farming some skills on Pyra and Mithra, I'm going to use kind of a finicky trick to clip through this door. What I was saying, Rex is used for like one other thing in this run. It's mostly Rex, and it's this jump. Fortunately, he's like the perfect size. There's a sign, like panel, and basically we're gonna try to jump over the panel on an angle, and then have the panel kind of push us through the other side. Really zapped me there. Hey, wow. That's the first time I've ever actually been killed by that enemy. I just got killed running to nothing. Fortunately, I had already gotten the skip trouble, so it probably only cost about 10 seconds, but dude, I've never actually had that happen. That's really funny.
Yeah, what better time to get it than in a GDQ run, right?
Yeah, I know, right? I always knew it could happen. Like, I've had him aggro on the character I'm controlling and have had him hit me. He was a couple of shots, though, and he hit me 3 times, and then he targeted me again after and finished the job. That's right. He knows that you asked for a little buffer, and this guy was like, I got your back. Alrighty, so this is the infamous door clip right after this cutscene skip. So if you want to place your bets on how many jumps it's going to take me, you can pick basically any number between 1 and like 50. And any of those guesses would be a good guess.
Gonna go with 4.
That's what it was in my PB. I think that was 5.
Nice.
That went shockingly well. That was either 5 or 6. I wasn't sure. I don't remember. Someone else will have to count. But 5 or 6.
A new locale. It's an adventurous life for me.
Yeah, looks like someone in chat said it was 6. I thought it was either 5 or 6. I was thinking it was 6, and then I just didn't count one. That's what I thought. 6 is great. That's lovely. My PB, like I said, my PB was in like 4, and that's the fewest I've ever had in an actual run is 3 or 4. I've done it first try in practice, but I've never gotten it first or second try in an actual run. As you could probably imagine, it's really nerve-wracking when you're on like a really good run pace and comes down to this really finicky jump trick.
I'm also like technically very close to the end of the game. I just have 3 more bosses, 2 of them which are in this dungeon and the final boss. But as I mentioned that this dungeons keep getting bigger as you go through the game, the final dungeon is about 15 minutes of walking. And then this one is probably about, yeah. It's like generally like if I'm doing a run at some point and I'm not going to PB, I never finish it past this point because it's only like 3 fights, but more than 30 minutes of gameplay. So it's just never worth like all that time just to practice those 2 or 3 fights.
The last 2 chapters of this game is like a total of 25 minutes, and I would love to know how much of it is spent in a loading screen. Because I bet it's a shockingly high amount. The loads are pretty slow in this game, and these 2 chapters are not particularly long, but there's definitely some long loads.
A new locale.
All right, so as I mentioned earlier, we're going to take one more trip to visit Corinne and level up. And this is the one where I said I'm actually going to leave Rex 1 level under Nia so that he is going to go enter the fight against Nia in Chapter 10 a level below. That way he gets the damage boost from
I'm stronger than this, you know?
the Boxer Ven Bracers. So I actually level up Nia first, just so I can make sure she's the right level. So these levels are ideal for me. Very good. 59, 60, 61 is like amazing. All right, I'm going to save here because these fights can be kind of trolly and I don't actually want to do them on a refight. Some Rain and Fonset one more time too. First we have the final Jin fight, followed by my favorite fight in the entire run, which I would really, well, this one or the Chapter 3 one where you saw me yeet them both off the cliff. That one's pretty high up there. Probably, but I think this one coming up is my favorite.
I love the poll that's going on in chat right now. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it, Mutsuki.
Oh, no. I've just seen that. I'm dying to know what the consensus is.
I think we all know what the real result will be.
I'm actually didn't get more eggs off there, so I'm actually just going to use Numa or Mithra again to get my tier 3 with Numa. Oh, I think I actually got evaded there. So oh, well, I guess we're doing this. Yeah, as long as I do it on a break, it should be fine. Yep, this will be perfect. Good. Okay.
We,
So this next
have
fight.
the conclusion. Oh, continue.
What's
sorry.
the answer? No,
The
what's
answer is, was there ever any doubt? Winning with a total of 71%.
Okay, fair enough. All right, this next fight is really, really particular, and it's like when you actually have to kind of pay attention to what you're doing. But if I can get it to work, I hope you guys all enjoy this. If you played this game casually and struggled with the Malthus, this is my favorite boss fight in the entire run.
Don't get ahead of yourselves.
Come on then, Rex. Leave it to me.
We're gonna swap to Pyra here. You can't damage him yet.
No effect.
Get Numa as soon as we can. I'm gonna stand over here. He's gonna try to hit me. Gonna use an attack called Guilty Road. Come over here. And then if any of you guys are fans of the late Arnold Palmer, and you just shout a big 4. And you bring home that green jacket after drilling that hole-in-one. Yeah, it's my favorite boss strat in the game. It's just so cool and kind of an interesting. Yeah, I was really hoping that was going to work well, because if you've played this game and know that you can kill enemies can die by falling off of like cliffs and stuff, a lot of people don't know that you can actually fall down that hole and die, and the same is true for Amalthus. And so I was really hoping to demo that for people that never have seen that before, because it makes me so happy. It's so good. Because my tier 3 with Numa has a blowdown effect, so you just use a tier 1 with Pyra, then you switch to Numa, then you can do the tier 2 with either Nia or Morag, because they both have Fire Blades, Crossset, and Rigid, and then you just use the tier 3 Nuclear Explosion after he's using an auto attack. Yeah, I know. I should have delayed by a minute and a half, so it would have been at exactly the 4-hour mark. Could have been like, how many hours have we been playing? Easy.
Did we just hit the 4-hour mark?
About that time, yeah, I think it was almost exactly 4 hours. I'd have to check the VOD to see what the time was.
Because I don't have the timer up, so I have no clue how far into the run we've been.
I just peeped the channel real quick. So this is Elysium, but it's nothing like we were told it was going to look.
It's fine. Alright, so at this point I only have the final boss, which is a 2-phase fight left. So, you know, that means I'm like 2 minutes away from finishing the run, you would think, but unfortunately there's still about 20 minutes.
I will do my best to prove my worth.
Where am I going? There we go.
Okay, where are we off to?
Bye, Mom. Everybody say bye to my mom in chat. Momski hanging
Bye,
out.
Momski.
Hanging out for the long haul. Still got a couple of fights left. We got to fight all of our friends. As I mentioned, now I'm going to get a damage boost because I kept myself 1 level below Nia on this fight. I want to fight Morag, Cora, and Zeke, and then we can wrap it up with the final Malos Ion fight. So not too long. Probably about 10 minutes or so.
Okay, time to take you down. Yeah! That's all. You may not survive another.
Or you can do a kickflip.
Yeah, I'm feeling stronger than before.
Oh, I can do this. Run over enemies.
I
Oh.
want to see a trick.
It's only enemies that you're like a certain amount of levels stronger than. And hopefully that is a good replacement to a kickflip.
That's like the one cool thing about the skateboard in Kingdom Hearts 2 is that like you can do tricks, but weirdly they have heel flipping and not kick flipping, which is just like it's just so weird.
Also, in some areas there's like shortcuts that you can only use through the hoverboard, which is like jumping over a gap. We never use it in this run because you never need those shortcuts. But they're usually in like older areas that you couldn't access at first, but if you revisit them.
Flesh wound.
This next fight is the saddest part of the fight, or part of the run, because Cora just sounds really sad that he's not a real driver. And then his death animation sound is like the most upsetting thing that I have heard in a long time.
Let's show him a thing or three.
I'm going to try to get both of them here in this area of effect by doing that, and then I'm going to walk backwards here to try to get Zeke into this Bermuda Triangle. That way you can hit them both. Yeah, it's pretty sad, right? It's I don't know how else to describe it other than pathetic. It's just very disappointing sounding. Poor Tora. He's upset that we kicked him out of the party as soon as Morag joined the team.
Where are we off to?
I will do my best to
Oh,
prove my
this
worth.
is really bad. This is really bad.
I am at your service.
Okay, we survived. That encounter could have potentially actually killed me. And if you die in an encounter, you can't retry. You have to go back to the last save, which was maybe 5-10 minutes ago.
Interestingly, barring the breaks that we took and stuff, if I didn't play the Turters cutscene, I would actually be on a PB pace 3 days ago. Mostly from the good blade pools and some pretty good fights, but pretty good run so far.
Yeah, my run is definitely nowhere near PB pace, but if it wasn't for the one boss fight that went horribly, it would have been a pretty decent run. Like, better than you would expect from a marathon, except for that one fight that just ruined everything.
Yeah. This run's kind of interesting because some of the things that I was under the control of that I was expecting to go well didn't go well, and the thing that I was expecting to go horrible, the blade pools and the door skip, both went incredibly well. All right, just for the fans, we'll see if we can snag a Cosmos here at the end of the game before we finish up. All right. Lauren, close consolation prize. Dude, can we just talk about how I just pulled a blade basically called Mutski really quick to end the run? Where are you at?
That's pretty powerful.
Where, dude, shout outs to Mutsuki. Legend. That's amazing. Okay, so I need to get some potions here on this fight. Not unlike the other fights that I've done so far.
There's more where that came from. You have unwavering resolve. You're in for some pain. Let me do it.
Nah, I can keep going.
Love.
Yeah! Anchor shot!
Eagle eye indeed.
Got that a little close, but not too close that it was a problem, at least. Oh, actually, is this not actually on here? No, I didn't actually do it on there. Interesting, I did it a little bit too early, but maybe this will be enough. If it's not, I can
Yeah, the
just
final
chain it.
dungeon. Yeah, the final dungeon here is very horrible to go through the first time because of how confusing it could be on where you need to go.
All right, this is the final fight here, and I need to get a break, or it will be really difficult to win. It's winnable, but just difficult. So hopefully I get a break when I need one, and then we don't have to worry about it. So he's going to kill me here, which is on purpose, and one of them is hopefully going to come res me. There we go. Rex is going to come res me. And then I need to get a break before I do the tier 2 with Numa so that I can stack it with my tier 4 and then do enough damage on the final cheat. So that's the break I don't need, which it doesn't help me at all. In fact, it's actually mildly annoying. Because now I need to get this one. which I got. So, all right, now I can win the game. So I just need to wait until this tier 2 goes off. Do my tier 4. I'm gonna do a chain attack. And should be able to go. No problem. So we're gonna use Drill Mark here first, actually, just because it's faster. Then we'll do Numa. And this will skip it, so I don't have to do Corvin's second turn. I'll just do cross set, and then the run will be over on Numa's turn. Well, I don't know if you're tracking time, but my time is now.
GG.
Thanks. I finised minus 0.5 seconds to my average. So the most average run.
Did you pause during the breaks or not?
Yeah, I paused.
assuming you did.
during the breaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you could never ask for better in a run like this than just getting average, right? What was the time on it?
On my timer, it was like 4:11. I don't know what the actual time run this was. Probably like 4:13, 4:14.
Yeah, we got like 4:14 and a half.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I was just wondering if it was a time that I reasonably could have gotten, and it was, if it was a really good run, but...
Now we just get to chill with a skateboard.
I just gotta get chilled, skateboard, great music, until you hear it for hours and hours, and then it's not too great. The funny thing about these crystal cutscenes is the audio is stacked on this, like, that thing, like when the bridge is spawning, so it actually gets louder every time you do it. It's like the first time you break one of those crystals, it's pretty quiet, and then like on the third or fourth one, it just gets completely like ear killing.
I remember this dungeon being really long.
Yeah. Like even when you know exactly where to go, it still takes about 15 or so minutes, probably a little bit more to get through. And then if you don't know where you're supposed to go, it's filled with a bunch of like teleporters and stuff like that, where like, if you don't know where each one takes you, it could be really confusing. I think the first time I did it, it took me multiple hours to just get through it without even doing all of the side bosses that are in it. There's actually 6 optional bosses in this dungeon that you can find and fight, and each of them gives you the level 3 Mystic card for each character, which is the strongest ability for each character. Where did I go? That way. Yeah, so if you do like the old bosses run, this dungeon actually gets confusing because you have to find the items and where to go to get to the bosses. At this point, we're getting very close to the final fights. There's like 2 more screens, I think. The final boss will be in 2 different phases. The first one is always known to be what we call the Clown Fiesta fight. It's just because there's 2 different enemies, and when you're carrying one, the other one can mess you up and completely ruin your combo. You could block some attacks and make things go wrong, so you never know what you're going to get with the first phase. The second phase is a little more consistent. There is something that could happen to make it a lot easier. If you get a burn, which is a status effect on the enemy, it makes it a lot easier. But the second phase of the final boss is generally always gonna work. Honestly, if I get a sub 420 with over 5 minutes lost to Hellkite, I would say it's been a very good run. But yeah.
I'd say this has been a very good run regardless. Oop.
Wait, there's rarely ever a run that just, like, a PB-based run that actually doesn't lose time. I think every PB I've ever had has lost time in the final fights. I don't think I've ever just had the fights go perfectly in any run. But it just depends on how badly they go and how much time you end up wasting in them. So as is tradition in Tales games, there's a huge set of staircase before the final boss.
Is that a thing in like all of them or something?
It is in this, kind of in Zestiria, and it's also in Vesperia. All the ones that I've played have had some set of stairs before the boss.
That's awesome.
I shall sever all our ties.
You'll pay for what you did to me.
Let's go, Steve! Yeah, I'm gonna fly too! Right at your side, Velvet!
Exploded.
Crushing weight!
So now I just need Inominat, which is the other person, to not hit me during this combo, because if he does, it can ruin things. But it looks like he's on the other side of the field, so it should be fine. Alright. It's actually not gonna one-shot, it's just gonna get him low enough. There is another combo that actually one-shots this boss, but it's slower and less consistent. It's better to just do this and then finish him off with a couple of... What is going on? It's doing the same thing when it's doing all bosses, which is switching characters for no reason. Okay. Now this guy is very weak. We just need to get a burn on him and he just falls over. I probably did one too little attacks. Nope, that's enough damage. Okay. So this fight generally is more consistent.
One misstep, and he would have become a demon. Such is the power of Artorias' determination, but also proof of his true nature. We can't lose here now! We'll never lose to despair!
So I was just basically farming souls into him. This is all, even though it looked like I was just switching back and forth, that's all part of the combo. Might be low in BG actually. This might not work out, but I'll just have to do one more string in the combo. Oh, I messed it up. Ooh. Okay, it works. That's not enough damage, I think. It's fine. It might have been slightly too little damage on him, but I think it can still work. This makes the fight a little bit longer. So at about half health, he drops out of your combo no matter what's going on. Which I didn't do enough damage in the first combo to get him to that point. So I'm just gonna have to do a little bit of damage and then finish him off after. There it is. Alright. So time is gonna be after this next hit in a little bit, I will call it. Or actually, wait, that's not enough damage again. Oh, I know why I didn't do enough damage. Well, we take that back. That's what I mean when I say the final fights never go as planned, but they're pretty easy to recover either way. So you should die here. Alright, so the run is over in now. This is the end of the run.
GG lurking.
Thank you.
GG. And you people that voted for Mithra, you got to actually see the one scene that it actually mattered. So there you go. You got to see him call her Mithra after the option.
Well, thank you two both so much for being here tonight. Why don't you both tell us where we can find you, what you do on your channels, all that sort of stuff.
Sure, so I guess I can go first. So again, thank you for having me as well in here. So again, I'm Lurking SR. You can find me Lurking SR on Twitch. I mostly do speedruns. I don't stream too often, but sometimes I will do runs of RPG games, whether it's this or other RPGs for the most part.
I'm Mutsky. My Twitch name is just twitch.tv/Mutsky, like you see it on screen. I mostly run FF7, 8, 9, and this game, among a couple other things. I always tweet out whenever I'm going live on Twitter. Mutsky SRL is my Twitter handle. And thanks for having us. I really had a lot of fun. It was a very, very chill environment, and I really enjoyed that. The pressure was very low the whole run, and I definitely had a good time. So thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
It was definitely a great show to have on.
Yeah, and that's what this is all about, you know? Sometimes you and your friends just don't play the same games, and you can still race. You just hang out in a call and race anyway. But before we get going, just a couple more reminders. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for Going Places at 1 p.m. Eastern. That will be a Super Mario Maker for 3DS showcase, so that'll be really fun. And then the next episode of What's Faster in 2 weeks will be Frozen Flygon and Conception racing Pokeclicker versus Pokemon Red and Blue, and then Celeste versus Bugsnax. So that'll be really fun as well. So please come by, check out my fellow showrunners racing in a couple weeks, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for watching, everybody that hung out for these runs. I know they're kind of long, so thanks for hanging out in the chat and being with us.